Welcome, misfits, to this episode of Skeptic Bible Study the God Cloud. Ooh. Tonight, God tells Moses to make a new set of priests. Oh, wow, we're getting new healers. Enforce every...
all the old ones, so.
Again, we got to get a fresh set.
Arn Ra, go with your wife. We need some more sons to kill.
Ooh, I know. You take that track record, I don't know how many sons he has left. He must have had like a long record for like God to kill 4 at this point. For him to be like, what's the first 4? The first 4 are free, really. On the house, you can kill them. Anyway, it's what he wants to do. He knows he's playing the 4D chess, James, the 4D chess. But yes, not only do we get a new set of priests, but he enforces everyone to keep the Passover. Very important. And again, it's like the Cliff Notes version. And gives everyone their own personal cloud. Wow.
They can't hear me. Now they can't hear me. I don't know what's wrong with my audio tonight.
Send
it to the cloud. Send it to the God cloud.
That's right. Beam it right up to the God cloud.
Oh, not that picture. Get that picture off the God cloud.
Oh.
God, don't
sorry.
Get that picture.
I was shake waiting earlier.
Yeah.
But yes, come join us. That's what she said, or he. As James W. and myself, A.B. Newman, swing into the book of Numbers. Whee!
Come on, Bob. Pastor Bob. Come along with us.
Woohoo! I want to thank everyone out there on the intertubes. If you have your 5G chips, now is the time to hold them up. Beep, 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 beep. Ah, so good to have Wi-Fi in the room again. If you're feeling fancy, don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. And set that bell icon so you can get reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams. Hi, Internet! Ta-ta-ta! And all right, with that, we're going to hand it over to Gilbert so he can explain what we're about to read.
I like Gilbert better than Pastor Bob, so.
Some of you may be new to this abomination of a study. These schmucks begin by reading each episode's chapters along with the annotations on the side for funsies. The hosts are a tiny bit special, so don't mind if they butcher or replace everybody's name with something completely horrible or stupid. However, the gibberish that spews forth from their face holes will still be an attempt at reading this book from cover to cover, which I'm sure has tons of wisdom or an insight on whether we can or cannot put things up our butt. If you have time to waste screaming internet memes at random strangers, then join the Discord. Or scream at them personally at your YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch streams. Finally, don't forget to support these idiots doing more lame shenanigans at Amy Newman's Patreon page. All right, schmucks, back to you.
Woohoo! Why, thank you, Gilbert. That's right. You can find our Patreon page at patreon.com/Amy Newman, which helps us make even more fun content, including awesome Patreons like Wet for the Head this time. Generally Thanos, but if you're in the bed, who knows?
The train for you.
That's right, baby. Thank you, KO Jim! And also, Odds from the Atheist, Round Table, and Network Group, Tangang Yo! But also, check out the Better event. Tickets on sale now. Are you looking for better conversations? Are you looking to better yourself? Then come, that's what she or he said, to better. Connect in, baby. I hate to say the non-believers do it better, but...
Hold on. I got Uber Eats doing a delivery right now.
Ooh. Nom nom. Nom 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 nom.
Our Twitch edgelord out there.
Okay, I'll take 3. 3? There we go. There's 3 fingers. I got there. Anyway, thank you, Oz, and love to Ian Davenport.
Ian.
This is also a 1-up.
2 scale, literally.
2 scale. Was thinking of Scott Pilgrim lately. This reminds me of... All right. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you.
And also, as we read all of the creation, 6,000. No. 6,000 stars were made in... Oh, how were they made? Oh, that kind of makes me go... Yeah, exactly. 6,000. No, 10,000. That totally makes it more scientific. I'm sorry. Don't straw man them. 10,000 years.
Well, depends on which one you ask. Dr. Hope.
I know.
Not 6,000, not a year more.
James, it depends on which person is in the pew. It not only which pew are you sitting in, but doesn't matter how you slice it. Everybody's got a different belief. Except, funny of that, the non-believers have this kind of, I don't know, trend where we're just like, I don't know. Got any evidence? Funny how that seems to be a unique trend among...
You want evidence?
Evidence?
Want evidence? Is it fake
In the
enough?
physical world? James, God doesn't do things in the physical world, except for everything that we're going to read tonight. Mostly everything that we read in the last few chapters, and I'm going to assume most of the Bible. But, besides that, mysterious. Very, very mysterious. Love you, Grumpy!
Apparently, I'm about to start shouting tonight.
Shout. Woohoo! It's okay. You're going to have to get your preacher voice out. You're going to have to... You're all going to hell. I definitely love you. This is a nice God. No, he wants to burn you. Why does he want to burn you?
Because he
To
loves
prove
you.
how much he loves you. Exactly. Feeling the love, baby. Says it right
Can
there.
you
It says...
feel the love tonight. Hey,
I
Skywatcher.
can. Hi, Skywatcher. It says, God loves you very, 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 very much, except for the fact if you don't believe in him or don't worship him, he is gonna burn your butt. For how long? Is it like a day? Is it like a
No.
month?
No.
Forever.
Burn,
But he
baby,
loves
burn.
you. Thank you, George. I guess in the Christian worldview, it's like, toast for all down. All right, all the cool people would be in hell. We don't even have a hell yet. We're just chilling in the Old Testament where God's being a dick.
God didn't
Who
give
am
us
I
the
to
Lord
judge?
to tell us about it yet.
I know. Not the cool stuff. Well, actually, he's doing a lot. Honestly, he's going on a lot of campaigns. It's either exposition mode or it's like, whoomp, whoomp. Whew. Well, there goes everybody. There goes the neighborhood.
And then you're sleeping.
Then you're sleeping. Then you got to micromanage. But also, Diana Smith.
Diana Smith.
3 princesses and 1 as we collect Sailor Moon. Boom, boom, boom.
Where's Amaretto?
Huh? But sending so much love to Diana and also who just did, our second episode of Talk Skeptic to Me. That's right, baby. Talk Skeptic to Me. The chance for our community to give us life experience or expertise in their field. Go check out the mythical origin stories of mankind.
Yeah.
Right back there, baby.
That
Whip Pat.
you. If you think, no, all the others were myths, but ours is right, then yeah, you might get a little bit triggered.
The greatest thing, you want to know what's wrong with Christianity? Ask the Jews. You want to know what's wrong with Islam? You ask the Christians. You want to know what's wrong with Judaism? You ask the Muslims. They all seem to intrinsically know that the other... But ours, James, we have the right sect. Unless you disagree with me, then you're going to burn.
Yeah, like, are you one of the preacher's 340 subscribers? The only people in the world that are saved?
Well, I will say the weird thing about his theology, I was thinking, if you don't believe in sin, but atheists don't believe in sin, so we don't sin. Boom.
There you go.
Hey,
there you go. You just have
but
to
hey,
believe in the woo. Just believe in the G-Man then.
But we're sending love to everybody. Sending love to all of our theist brothers and sisters. In fact, after our chapters, we'll have a chance for that open mic where you could tell us where we got that interpretation wrong. Hey, I just love all of our theist brothers and sisters, the eccentric ones. We just send in love.
I know. I'm trying to scream louder.
Scream, baby. But not just Pat. We are gathering all of the skeptics. Funny enough, the one thing we can't ask for is empirical evidence because he doesn't operate in that realm anymore or something.
You're using
but
the wrong tool.
Sending love, the wrong tool. James, we need to use an older tool. A much older tool that, while still creates interesting philosophical by its nature conversations, what the hell? Why just not science? If he's all powerful, just give us, because the question always comes up, what would you want? The typical non-believing skeptic answer is, I have no freaking idea, but he should, which I totally agree with. But in my selfish, easy answer here, can you just, it's not even selfish. I mean, why can't you just bring him right here? Why the middleman? That's the other thing that gets me is prophets. Just the whole mixture of prophets and holy text in general. We have to figure out God's wisdom right here, baby. Right here tonight is where we mine God's wisdom. You know, it is kind of weird, though, that God had to use, I don't know, the exact technology of the day to communicate with everyone.
This would be approved by Catholic traditionalists because it is a Catholic Bible. So
The King James?
no, the Catholic version.
Oh, the Catholic version? Oh, I'm not.
The King James, I
Woohoo!
have-
That's right. You have multiple versions.
Multiple Bibles, yeah.
Hey, and they all have their little nuances. I noticed that the King James version removes the word slave a lot and replaces it for servant. But what they don't seem to miss is they have servant and hired servant. And that makes you go, that's funny. Are they both job descriptions? Because, hired is not normally a job description. It's normally, the thing that happens when you get the job. It makes you wonder if you're cutting off words. Maybe you're cutting off, I don't know, the freedom part, the salary part, the you can leave at any time you want part.
Circumcision. They're just cutting a little bit off at the tip.
That's right, baby. Another weird. I send a lot of love to all of my Jewish brothers and sisters, but the Jewish God, I know we'll get a schnitzel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. I can't just have one tool. All right, we got to do science here. All right, here we go. We're ready. Bring your drizzle to the smizzle dizzle. We got this. Woohoo! Yeah, I don't understand.
This is now Jesus approved.
Jesus approved, baby. That's what the big G man in the sky wants, and I am talking about the YouTuber, the almighty G man.
That penis having that skin on the end of it is just really, really yucky. I don't like it. It's triggering me.
Why does a God? I don't understand. I don't understand why a prophet would need to say peace be upon him. I don't understand why you need to cross out his name when you type God. Like, it doesn't matter what the religion is. All of these little, I don't know, petty things that you would think a God would get over. Like, just seems weird. I'm not saying that you gotta pray 5 times a week. That is exactly how. Maybe that's the secret.
A day.
It just seems like God should be able to connect one-on-one. Like, maybe the relationship should be like, you contact me, I contact you. It goes back and forth. We have a conversation. If you're sending signals out and nothing's coming back, it just seems like a heavy commitment. It seems like a one-sided relationship. That's all I'm saying. But whatever. We got to wear hats. We got to wear this. We got to eat the body of me for some reason. Makes total sense. All of this stuff makes total sense. Whew. Anyway, so take a long tail and look at that thick earth with the booty moody. I don't know. Doesn't look flat to me. I know. But it might be that we have fisheye lenses in our eye, James. It might just be us and Dave Gar. We just got fisheye eyes. Yeah, that's all it is.
I mean, it's not just us. Even the cat. If you look at the cat. Fisheye eyes. Look at those eyes. Fisheye eyes.
It all makes sense. I mean, their eyes look round, James, and that's kind of a bias to make it look round when it's really flat. If you think about it. Thank you, Dave Gar. Woohoo! And the lead hyena of the pack, Scott Duke. Skeptics.
Peace be upon him.
Peace be upon him, of course. Reese's Pieces be upon everybody. which are amazing. Oh my God, I love peanut butter and chocolate.
I don't know why my
this
audio
guy,
is so
they're
low
gone.
today.
As long as it's peanut butter and chocolate. What's that? But also, last but not least, our thespian skull as we move into our Bible study of the night. Rejoice! Thy will not put stuff up thy butt, or thy will nuke thy city. Okay. Think about it. Makes sense. It'll be fine. Now, during our Skeptic Bible studies, we try to greet everybody on screen. Hi! However, if you want your specific thoughts read out loud or shown on stream, then feel free to tag me at Amy Newman. Woohoo! I'll see you in chat. Doesn't matter if you're on Facebook, Twitch, in hell, baby, or YouTube. And if this is your first time to the series, you may be asking, what version of the Bible are we going to read? Why, that is a fantastic question. Before we begin, I'm going to start by going over the specific Bible we'll be reading, along with some helpful category marks. Categories, you say? Why, yes, I do. You see, we're going to be reading from the Skeptic's Annotated Bible, an entire King James Bible lovingly fawned over by a skeptic who decided he would add his own notations. These are little flagpoles of sanity put in use to remind us that, hey, maybe slavery is evil, including categories like absurdity, injustice, and cruelty, but also a good amount of intolerance, contradictions, and conflicts with science or history. That doesn't mean it's not packed full of misogyny, false prophecy, and some questionable biblical family values. Now, we won't skip the good parts that the Bible has, only that these passages seem far fewer in number than any priest or pastor seems to suggest. So without further ado, won't you come join the Skeptic crew? Woohoo! Whoa. We're trying to summon James.
I was trying to see if that helped. Does it sound any different?
Yes, I think you sound better. Tell us in chat, ladies and gentlemen.
Does it sound any better, Amy, for me, or is it still bad?
It does for me. I think I can hear you. Oh, and all right. With that,
is it better, guys?
Everyone.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I hear you guys. Thank you, guys.
Welcome everyone to our Skeptic Bible study. On the previous episode, 12 days of sacrifice. God tells Moses how someone could become a Nazirite. And then the princes of Israel went on a 12-day worshiping party, each laying sacrifices at the altar. Oh,
it was
yeah.
Epic.
I mean, 12 days where we get to worship a deity. I mean, come on. In this episode, the God Cloud. Wom, 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 wom. God tells Moses to make a new set of priests. Enforce
for all the other ones you just killed. Yeah.
Exactly. Oh, picky, James. Enforce everyone to keep the Passover. Or else. And gives them their own personal cloud. Not too bad.
Not too bad. Mm-hmm. Hey, God was ahead of his time. He got the cloud back then.
All right, everyone. We are in the book.
I'm predicting it's going to be a little iffy about that that leaven. I think he's going to be, he's not going to want to see any leaven around that bread for Passover. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know about that. That bread rises, and I feel like he is going to get rid of them the same way he gets rid of anyone with strange fire.
That's almost as bad as the wrong thing rising over in Sodom.
Oh my!
Oh, that wrong thing is rising, Amy. You're in trouble.
Hey, baby. And all right, sounds like a good weekend. Anyway, the Book of Numbers. Chapter 8, how to light the lamps, because once again, when they say the Goat Herder's Guide to the Galaxy, they truly mean it, folks. We are going into life lessons tonight.
Come on, baby, light my fire.
Come on, baby, light my fire. And all right.
Balls of fire, Elvis Presley. Do it, Amy. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire.
Had to get on my knees for a second. But yes, we are starting off our categories. Obligatory. It's where I do best, ladies and gentlemen.
The knee pads will be a merch item. Official Amy Newman certified knee pads. Get yours today. Baby. Order some for your friends, your parents, your relatives. Smoky Saint, Praise. They all need a pair of Amy Newman knee pads.
Helps you when you really want to pray as hard as you can, and also when you're just trying to shake weight your way to a new
what's that,
life.
Amy? How do they pray they rock back and forth in the temple?
Oh my goddess. They do this.
Yeah.
It's much slower. But my favorite story is just me and mostly my other friend would just sit there and
I'm sure you guys did.
we were had quite the amount of fans among the rabbis. Take my word for it.
Only fans?
Anyway, yeah. Whew. Quite, yes, exactly. Only flans. But yes.
Only flans.
Moving into our two categories. We have, of course, you're reading the Bible. You gotta send those emojis as we have a laugh or two for the Bible. Because, I mean, we are talking about the creator of the universe going, Moses, I have a message for you. Yes, O Holy One. Yes.
Spake unto.
I'm going to show you how to turn on lamps. Lamps? Yes, lamps. There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, God, writing all this down. Thank you. Pastor Bob Larson said, just for the record, he is a male. He is a man. He is a husband. He is a father, in case anybody was confused about that.
Well, James, does that mean that he has a male chromosome?
I would assume that he did, but you don't want to make that assumption if you don't know.
And it's just funny that the all-powerful creator of the universe, you're going to say, all right, are you going to invoke me on the wisdom of how the universe began? Are you going to tell us about how the universe is going to end in the actual physics? Are you going to explain? You're not just going to say, like, it blew out in clouds. It's like, well, what if I just said 6 days? What if I just said kind of angel horses and corpses rise from the ground? And what if in between I told you how to turn on lamps?
What if I told you that there will be earthquakes in diverse places?
Diverse places. Ooh.
Wars or even rumors of wars.
Rumors of wars. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I feel like there has never been a time where there has never been wars or even rumors of wars.
Never, no. Only today.
And all right, the second, praise God. Oh no, that's
Yeah, it wasn't working on my account. I had to log in.
Gotcha. It's amazing. Ladies and gentlemen,
multiple Newmans.
Jake came to tell you tonight that he has gotten, he is now transitioning. But
I'm becoming Amy Newman.
Becoming Amy, you've decided to become a Trandysaurus? That's amazing. We're expanding. But we also, of course, God is telling us how to light lamps. So that's also as exciting of a segment as we could possibly think. Don't know why. Anyway, Book of Numbers, the 4th book of the Bible, chapter 8, how to light lamps. And if anyone had to wager, I just want to end the debate, I like lamps. Yep, I said it here, folks. Anyway, and the Lord Bob spat all over Charlton Heston. Oh, goddess. My man Charlton Heston was trying to block it, but as God does, he's saying, speak on to Aaron Ra, the guy that we just killed 4 of his sons, and he's kind of just going like this in a corner over there, and say unto him, when thou lightest the lamps, thus better not sit on the bung. Then the lamp shall give light. That's right. Over against the candlesticks. We're selling candlesticks. We're now in the mall. And Aaron Ra did so to try and take his Yankee Doodle candle, to try and take his mind off the fact that God killed his 4 sons. Also, we are taking this endorsement so brave yet so true. Well, what do you say?
Nothing like a $14 candle to take your mind off your missing dead children.
Exactly. It goes great at funerals, didn't you know? And Aaron Ra did so. He lighted the camps. All right. As the Lord Bob commanded Charlton Heston, he wanted to get a higher paying contract, but he didn't get the guts to yet. And this work of the candlestick was of beaten gold, and we all know where that's going. Onto the shaft. Just gonna let that have its own joke. Thereof, onto the flowers thereof. It's a goddamn
from the shaft to the flowers.
I know, it's the shaft to the flowers, baby. Was beaten work. Oh, baby.
It's a lot of work, Amy. It's a lot of work. It's like your 18-hour porn marathon.
Woo-hoo. But someone has to do it, James.
And if you guys aren't aware of that, so the preacher does his 18 hours a day reading the Bible. Amy took that on her own, and she does 18 hours a day watching porn. I think hers is more productive than his, but yes.
I like to think of it as a shake weight competition.
That's dedication.
I just try and see which shake weight I can make happy first. Anyway, we got candlesticks. Onto the flowers, beaten, yep. And so, onto
Jack
the
Flash
pattern.
Sat on a candlestick?
Yes, exactly.
There you go.
And it was amazing. And it was a nice, beautiful pattern. It was teal, which the Lord Bob had shooed onto Charlton Heston. So he made the candlestick. Oh, my God. You have to do crafts for God.
Arts and Crafts Day.
Arts and Crafts Day. Woohoo. Dude, I got a space light. Something for nothing.
A space fleshlight?
Hells yeah, baby. The only one. And all right, we're moving to the next section. In fact, we're going to be doing 3 chapters tonight because each chapter is not that long. They're like anthologies. We're moving through them.
Oh, like the one we only were able to do 1 chapter because there was just so much action in there. The census.
No, it's not an anthology because an anthology would mean there were different characters. But you get what I mean, sending love. God replaces firstborn. Israelites with Levites. Oh my, Israel, Ishmael, and Levi genes returns. Which, of course, means that we're still laughing because God is picking classes. He's basically micromanaging. But if it's not sex, look, if we can't have good old sexy time, well, then we gotta have violence. It sells, baby. Violence sells.
Usually we get both, but
yeah, exactly. Normally you have the combo, so we should be lucky it's just violence. But
like when after Amy has sex, then God wants to kill her.
Commit violence. I mean, it's an abomination. Clearly, I need to get death for that. That is the appropriate thing.
That's the loving thing to do, right?
I say that with a deadpan, and then there are people out there that are like,
yes, yeah. That would be the loving thing to do, Amy, because otherwise, for God to just allow you to continue go on being an abomination, is getting more sin on your record that you're never going to repent from, then that would just be even worse for you. So,
even worse.
Yeah.
And all right. But not only that, but it's the great combo. Exactly. But not only that, but boop, 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 boop. We have injustice. You gotta have a great combo with injustice. Woo-hoo. So not only violence, but it's unjust violence. And with that, Numbers chapter 8, God replaces firstborn Israelites with Levites. And the Lord God, I know, as he would, spak unto Charlton Heston, saying, take the Levi's genes from among the children of Israel Shmishmael and cleanse them.
Well, that's very nice of him.
Oh, yeah, you mean
laundry.
Clean? Yeah, doing laundry. How nice of them. And thus shalt thou do unto them to cleanse them. Sprinkle water. Okay. Can we find that at Walgreens?
I'm down with that.
Exactly. Of electrolytes, purifying upon them, and let them shave all their flesh.
Amy, we'll put you in charge of that.
All right. Sell that video online and let them wash their clothes. And so make themselves clean.
Okay.
We
promote washing clothes.
We promote washing clothes. I feel like cleansing is less cleaning and more of the old stabba. Then let them take a young Sandra Bullock with his meat offering. Oh my.
Miscongeniality.
Miscongeniality. She's got to go. It takes
She's younger,
offering. Even fine flour mingled with a little bit of oil, a little bit of sour sauce, and another young Sandra Bullock shalt thou take for a sin offering. And there go 2 Sandra Bullocks.
But there's a whole field of them, Amy, so it's
I
all right.
know.
It's the whole
but
field
every
of Sandra
Bullock. It's true. It's true. It's why we grow them. It's why we make the Sandra Bullocks.
They grow on trees, actually.
They grow on trees, exactly. In the Sandra Bullock trees. And thou,
Don McLean,
shall bring the Levi's jeans before the tabernacle and get all of the stains out of them, of the congregation. And thou shalt gather the whole assembly of children.
The whole assembly. All of them?
Assembly. Of Israel Shmishmael together.
All 2.1 million of them. All of them, God.
And try to get them to sell cookies. And thou shalt, very Shakespearean, bring the Levi's jeans before the Lord, Bob, Bring them right here. Why can't you just zap them here? And the children of Israel Shmishmael shall put their hands upon the Levi's jeans.
Put your hands on their hip. When I dip, you dip, we dip.
All right, we're cleaning the Levi's jeans. And Aaron Ra, the guy who once again is shivering because we killed 4 of his sons, shall offering the Levi's jeans before the Lord Bob for an offering of the children of Israel Shmishmael, because for some reason deities need offerings. Once again, another weird thing. I know humans have been doing it for thousands of years, but one religion makes fun of it for the other religion. Just a very good example. The Christians will look at the Aztecs and just will say, you kill this animal and you get rain. That is so silly.
Human sacrifice, cutting people's hearts out.
Or the human sacrifice. So barbaric.
Yeah.
But like, how many chapters? Just chapter upon chapter, book upon book of just what we need to kill to this dude. Just seems weird.
Yeah. Plus, executing people for heresy, just thinking the wrong thing. Oh no, this guy doesn't believe in the Trinity. Roast his ass. Yeah, roast his ass.
I know that's spoilers for the future. Do they talk about the Trinity in the Bible? Is that like a canon thing, or is that like
the Trinity it's not clearly spelled out in the Bible, but
like it doesn't say the words "the Trinity is"?
No, it's a doctrine that they put together through looking at various scriptures and what they say, and taking them and saying, well, if this is true, then this must be true. But wait a minute, this other scripture here must be true. And even though it seems to contradict, but it can't, because they all have to be true, because it's from God. So Trinity, God is Spirit, Father, and Son. They're all God, but it's still one God. Okay.
James, it all makes sense. We have it linked in our Christian fandom Wikipedia.
Yes, only flans.
And only flans. Sending love also, I see Doorknob Head and Titan and Mark Reed.
Hey, Titan.
And Pavel.
Doorknob, Pavel. Mark Reed, he was on a naughty channel that gave him a headache. Yeah, it was a naughty channel.
Uh-oh. And you decided to come to another naughty channel. Oh my! Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes.
Oh my! We need to go and praise this channel.
I want praise the spanking, Amy.
Praise any LPP. I'm trying to think. Any of these people out there, you need to come on here. First of all, that's what he and she said. Second of all, we need some interlocutors for debate me, brah. And so if you think the flood did happen, and we're not talking about a local flood. I don't even know. The fact that the words local flood is so funny because all floods are local. So flood. So if you think there was a magical flood that happened, I mean, it could happen, a global flood. If something, if a meteor happened or over millions of years, if the water retook the earth. But yeah, no global flood. Don't come on and prove it. Come on and prove it, baby. We got Jason and we have Pat in the ranks, ready to wrangle. Titan says Yahweh, Jesus, and Holy Spirit are powerful individually, but they are omnipotent when they come. That's what he or she said. Together to form Voltron. It makes sense. No,
kind of like Captain Planet. By your powers combined, I am Yahweh.
From a game design perspective, from a lore perspective, I understand why people do stuff like that. That's why we have the mage, rogue, warrior. That kind of stuff is awesome when you are role-playing or LARPing, and we're not using that as a pejorative. When you're actually doing this is a geek channel, ladies and gentlemen.
When
you're actually doing that,
when you're on a Friday
fine.
night, you're being Otangelo, you're down in Brazil, and you're saying, I want to role play, Amy.
Oh my, that's fine. In fact, I think it makes it better when you don't believe it and you get into that stuff. The horror comes when you're like, no. There really was this guy and he's telling us how to light lamps. Thank you, creator of the universe. Is this the intro to the video game? Like, how much they want to make fun of the atheists because they're like, oh, how dare you? You take it's the Sky Daddy and you're just saying it's a video game. And then a guy basically comes down and he's like, hello, I am your father figure and I'm ready to tell you how to put on lamps so you can begin the adventure. And you're like, come on, man. You want me to say...
By the way, any among you who have any leavening agents, baking soda, baking powder, yeast, any of the like, shall be put to death.
Stabby.
Got any baking soda, Amy? I don't think so.
If I see the bread rise or if I see anything else rise, let me tell you, going in the stabby place. All right. Moving along, we are in Numbers chapter 8, having fun with the Bible. Come on, those words always go together. Anyway, Aaron Ra shall offer Aaron Ra himself, goatee and all, our main man, shall offer the Levi's jeans before the Lord for an offering for the children of Israel, Shmishmael. Children of Israel just sounds like a band. Just going to say that they may execute.exe, the service of the Lord Bob. And the Levi's jeans shall lay their hands upon the heads of the Sandra Bullocks. Run, Sandra Bullock, run. And thou shalt offer.
Is this a Harvey Weinstein movie?
I think so. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. And he probably
yeah, Sandra, we just need to put my hand on your head. It's fine. It's fine. All the actresses let me do it.
It'll be fine, Sandra. It'll be fine. You're a Bullock. The one for a sin offering, which we do often on this channel. And the other for a burnt offering, which I do often when I'm not on the channel. On to the Lord Bob to make an atonement for the Levi's jeans, which is what you need to do to get a price off at Old Navy. Hi, Peter.
Peter, gonna go for it.
Gonna go.
Look at that. What's this?
Speaking of Aaron Ra, you should check your... Yes, I should. I should just post on more Twitter. I was supposed to post more on TikTok. I almost said TikTok. On TikTok, both of those things are going to happen in the coming weeks. And there has been a commercial. Really? Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, Aaron Ra.
Thank you, Aaron Ra, and thank you, Peter. Woo-hoo. And sending love and a commercial out for Gonna Go For It and the produced by Gonna Go For It on Aaron Ra. He runs, I like to think, the bigger sister show because they've been running that for a lot longer than we have. The Quran studies. So go check out the Skeptic Quran studies every Sunday night.
You ain't an atheist if you're not subscribed to Aaron Ra's channel. I don't know.
Where's my Inner Circle Atheist? Right back there, baby. Yeah. Canadian Catholic secretly is in our heart. He was the original Inner Circle Atheist.
Praise Darth Dawkins.
Praise Darth Dawkins.
He's a Darth acolyte also.
Oh, man, precepts. Let me tell you.
Aren't they all?
Just, I want to know where the condescension comes in the precept classes. Like, does that come in? I don't know. It's this weird rhythm of a voice where it also thank Mubarak. Woohoo!
Yeah, thank you, Mubarak. He's a great guy. He comes in with our Islam episodes. Wow.
That's right. Well, I just like to thank Mubarak is always in our heart. Thank you, Mubarak.
Thank you, Mubarak.
Woo-hoo. I'll be honest with you. I'm subscribed to a lot of X channels, ex-Mormon, ex-Jehovah's Witness, ex-Muslim. There are great X channel communities.
Mormon, who is that guy who was on Faithless Father? That's a good channel if you're an ex-Mormon, the Faithless Father. Yep.
Send in shout outs. They do it well. And a lot of them, I was looking at one ex-Muslim channel. She does streams in 3 different languages. She does streams in English, but she also does streams in Urdu, and she does streams in Indian. And they're all about being ex-Muslim. So we are reaching out there in all...
and they all live in Texas. I think Arnbro lives in Texas.
Really? Do they all, Amy's exes live in Texas? Yes.
I think Arnbro and Matt Delahunty both live in Texas.
I would love to go out to Austin. That seems to be a great nexus of non-believer and heathenry as I
Dallas,
American English tonight.
Been to Dallas and been to San Antonio. That's drove through Houston for like an hour because it's so huge. It's so huge, Houston.
So huge. It is. It's a lot. Randall says, Amy, Jesus accepts just as you are, so long as you believe and trust him. So I'm going to say 2 things about this. One, I'll say the one that I'll do it in my opposite order. When I hear that, I normally hear you're saying, Randall, you love me, you love us, and that I appreciate the sentiment because I think that Jesus was real. A lot of the non-believer community out here, in fact, I have to do this just in Oz's name.
Yeah.
And you, Jesus is a myth. My whole contention is why prophets? That's my big thing is just I don't get the whole middleman with God. Like I had an apologetic on EF Dawa. They're like, well, they're teachers. They had a book and they have expertise. Though most of them don't have expertise. Most of them, and I don't know what even expertise in talking to God would be. Why can't you just talk with us?
Hey, Darth.
Hello, hi, Darth. Yo, I would let anyone... The funny thing is... Oh, and the other thing is, before I move on to Darth, is Randall, I love you. I don't know if it's the DM.
We love you, Randall.
If I'm just hippy-dippy. No, look, see, James can say it too. But I feel very openly that I love all life on Earth, and I very easily shouldn't use very. I'm trying to use very less. It's just like using but I love you, and doesn't need any superstition attached. You don't need a guy. The other framing I like to put is BS, do you really believe someone's watching you 24/7, 365?
Absolutely.
That notion has always just been, I couldn't think of that as a teenager because that's kind of when I left. I left for more, just wasn't jamming with me reasons. But now that I can think about it, post reading 1984, I just, everywhere, I understand in your deepest, hardest times you want to have them, but in the bed, while you're having sex, everywhere, it's just a little extra.
Yeah. While you're having sex, he's up in there too, because he's everywhere.
He's up in there too. But I will say, we're gonna move through these chapters, and you can tell us where we're all wrong. Oh, and Darth, that's the other point, is that I'm getting to the point where I really do have to mute people where we're just when people talk over each other, though 90% of the time we're having great conversations on here,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I don't want to mute people. And Darth and all these other people, especially
They love it.
precepts, which is such a weird thing. If your shtick is asking questions, you would think you'd want people to ask you questions as well. So I don't know why they have this very tight
precepts.
finger.
And young earthers also tend to be very...
exactly. It's the chilled, metaphorical, science-based Christians or theists or whatever the fuck that tend to want to have conversations.
The literalists.
People. Yeah, the literalists just have sticks up their butt. I don't know why. Yeah. Well, I guess I know why. It's all this fun right before us, right? Woo-hoo.
All right, guys.
Hi, and I'm saying hi.
Guys, we love you
also
guys.
activist. Today, I probably didn't say that, but hi, saying hi to everybody in chat. Moving along. All right, we're wearing Levi's jeans now. Very exciting. Did we make an atonement? Burnt offering. I think I got sidetracked by the offerings. On to the Lord Bob to make an atonement for Levi's jeans. Fantastic. And thou shalt set the Levi's jeans on fire. Are we going to burn? No.
No strange fire on those Levi's.
No strange fire. They still didn't say what strange fire is. I do imagine it'd be green or purple. Like if the strange fire is red, I'd be very disappointed. Like it better be a nice special effect.
Not blue fire. Not even
blue fire has a lip ring just like me. You'd imagine it too. Anyway, and thou shalt set the Levi's jeans before Aaron Ra, who is still trying to get over the 4 sons he killed. I can't get over that.
Oh.
Like, it has scarred me. It's stuff like that which we never even talk about. The Jews, the Christians, the Muslims who talk about the Bible, no one talks about these just weird stuff.
A very uncomfortable mention right after that for Aaron.
What's that? A very
uncomfortable mention right here. He's got some people in the kill zone here.
The kill zone. But we love everybody except for, I think, God. God doesn't seem to love everybody. He has chosen people. Another tip, once again, to anyone who gets told that they're the chosen people, run. Anyway...
13.
And thou shalt set the Levi jeans. All right, we're setting them before Aaron Ra and before his sons.
That's what I mean. They're in the picture.
Whatever is left.
That's dangerous because he's got some in the picture. They're in God's sights.
And offer them. Whoa. Calm down there. Who are we offering? And offer them for an offering unto the Lord. Bob, the other animals, are you going to really offer? Feel like, is that the writing? Are we reading into this? Let's see. Thus shall thus separate the Levi's jeans from the whites and the colors, or you're going to get bleeding. Do the Levi's jeans go into do the servants of the tabernacle of the congregation, who we sometimes talk about, but no one really gives them names. And thou shalt cleanse them. All right, we're doing that's
Again.
15. That's 15 manna. All right, we're gonna have the priest press cleanse and offer them for an offering. What are they saying? Thus you will separate the Levites from the rest of the Israelites.
Then Creflo Dollar comes out and says, see, that's what it's talking about. It's talking about an offering. Plates are going out. Everyone be generous. Be generous. Money. Blank checks. Your watches. Jewelry. Gold. Whatever. Sir, is that a gold tooth? Go and drop that in the plate there, sir. Thank you, sir.
What is that other guy? The guy that literally looks like the Antichrist? The main
Kenneth Copeland.
Copeland.
Oz is beating up on him.
We need to do a thing on him
Kenneth
just
Copeland,
because I think he is the main.
He's up there, right with Pat Robertson.
Pat Robertson, yeah. And look, we're not against the market. Look, go out there, Make your small business. Just sell an actual product. That's all we're asking. Just give something.
Well, like a guy like Creflo Dollar, he's a great speaker, and he could be a motivational speaker. He could be a life coach, and he could actually do very well at that, and it would probably actually help people. And
well, all of them.
Oddly enough, it sometimes mixed in the woo of his sermons is he actually comes up with something that actually makes sense. It's just that he's got it caked in with all the woo that it really doesn't help anybody.
Just like Ken Hovind,
oh yeah,
they have a specific skill set that is adjacent to a comedian. Like they have the charismatic personalities where they're good at telling stories, where they want to. Ken Hovind will even wait for a pause.
He works the crowd. He works with the crowd.
And so, yes, they could absolutely use their skills for good.
It would just be honest. Yeah, they are frauds.
That's right, Randall. That's right. They are frauds. See, something we can bring the theist, atheist together.
Once in a while, we can agree on something.
We can, exactly. And all right, we're moving. And after
moving in, we're moving out.
Moving in, moving out. Hopefully, we at least go down on her, show her some attention. Oy, 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 never showing her attention. Anyway, and after that, shall the Levi's jeans go in and do the service, get down on your knees, baby, of the tabernacle, which is our floating tent, our holy tent that we built books ago, of the congregation that, once again, they're just chilling back behind us. And thou shalt cleanse them like a villain, and offer them for an offering. For they wholly given unto me, give me all of your love, baby, from among the children of Israel, Shrishwell. Once again, a good band name. Instead of such as open every womb, unless you drink that bitter water from a chapter or two ago, even instead of the firstborn of all the children of Israel. Oh, I was reading. I do the Cliff Notes version of all the chapters before the stream so I can get a name, so I can get my fun puns off and all this other I'm so creative crap. And all of this seemed a little strange when he went to James. Did he take you into the land of Egypt? And did he take you out of it? Because let me tell you.
Yeah, he did.
He has this thing with Egypt. And what the hell? Why does he have this obsession with the place that, I don't know, he kind of sent us there anyway? If you kind of follow that whole story.
It's kind of like his big hit. It's like the one thing he can say he's done for these people.
Yeah. Can I tell you?
He never misses a chance to bring it up.
Every time that he talks about Egypt, I imagine us in a minivan. Like God is just driving and we're just in the back seat playing Game Boys. And he's just like, listen, I took you out of Egypt. I can put you right back. I will turn this minivan right back around. Just seems that way.
They're coming back, Pharaoh. They're coming back, Pharaoh.
Coming back from the
They made a fucking golden calf. I'm going to bring your army back from the dead. We're going to bring them back from the bottom of the ocean.
And that story, to me, once again, if you take it literally, so evil. Made the Pharaoh's heart. Where's Grandpa? Right here, baby. Hardened the Pharaoh's heart. Replaced this with this 5 times. 5 times. How many times do you need to harden someone's heart? Like, You need better plot devices at that point. It's called a MacGuffin in script writing when you have that kind of stuff.
I don't know, but after 4 hours, you're supposed to talk to a doctor about it because it could be a medical condition.
I know. I feel like after 4 hours, you need to go check that out.
Yeah.
All right. For they are holy. Or Phyllis Swish.
18 hours. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. It's amazing.
Give it unto me from among the children of Israel. Instead of such as open every womb. Okay. Even instead the firstborn of all the children of Israel have I taken unto me. Why? All right. Tell us, God. For all the firstborn, not the secondborn or the firstborn, screw them, of the children of Ishmael are mine. Wow.
All your base belong to me.
Once again, it is a fedora hat tipping moment. I've been using the combination word supervillain a lot lately.
Yeah.
And I know that all of the Christians or the Muslims or Jews, the theists out in there are going, oh my God, a supervillain. You're really going to use those type of words? It's just supernatural.
God.
Yeah, no. Supernatural. That makes way more sense. I'm sorry. That's the adult word.
It's
Beautiful. Makes sense.
He's God. It's beautiful.
Beautiful. But once again, is this not a sentence that supervillains say? Like, let's just
Never heard anyone say it but God, but he certainly counts.
Just think about this for 1 second, okay? Just have no context that you're reading a holy text. Just pretend you're reading a comic book. For all the firstborn of the children of Israel are mine. Oh, yeah, no, that's the good guy. Definitely, that's the good guy.
Like the Coneheads, when they came from their planet and they went to the hotel and found the Gideon Bible, and they just started laughing their ass off. Yeah.
Oh, wait. And then he came back from the okay, buddy.
And then, for all the firstborn of Israel are mine, all your base belong to me.
It's creepy. It's creepy, as I know that they're probably going to say there's some 4D chess and who are you and all this other ad hoc stuff.
Well,
all right.
They are his. We come from France.
Okay. I'm just going to read the paragraph and then we're going to go over it again. For all the firstborn of the children of Ishmael are mine, both man and beast, on the day that I smote every firstborn in the land of New York. I sanctified
Remember that one?
For myself. Okay, let's just take this paragraph and isolate this for a second. Yeah. What is the kind, steel-manned, not a supervillain interpretation? Because I can't think of one.
They're his because he loves them that much. He just loves those firstborn, and he just wants nothing bad to happen to him. And he's just going to make them his, and he's just going to cradle them, and nothing bad's going to happen, Amy, because God just loves them so much. Because he's so sad he had to kill all those firstborn in Egypt, and he just loves this group of firstborn. He wants nothing bad to happen to him at all. Praise God.
Like, this is a goddamn blood contract. They became mine the day I killed every firstborn in the land of Egypt.
Don't that just scream love? Praise Jesus. Love.
I don't have anything else to say to that. It stands as itself. And I have taken the Levi's. The Levi's, because they were a good size that fit my butt. For all the firstborn of the children of Ishmael, but I have replaced the firstborn Israel's with the Levites. Man, like, I'm not even joking. What the hell is the charitable interpretation? I guess I am joking, but I am being serial at the same time.
The Israelites that the Pharaoh killed, maybe, and so he's putting the Levites. I don't know.
Maybe. And woohoo! That's right. Hey, yo, the freak. And that's right. Sending love to everyone in Twitch. And actually, I am going to send, if you prefer Twitch or you just want to join us on there, I'm going to send the link into stream.
The Twitch link?
Why, that's right, James. The Twitch link.
You've got that Moses, that Charlton Heston look on your face, as if you're sitting up looking at God.
Can we also appreciate just how first person, once again, that this is? That God just continually talks.
He's here. He's Moses. Doing stuff. Yeah. He's right there doing stuff. Micromanaging. No. That's not how you hold your dick when you pee. This is how you hold your dick. Here, let me show you how you hold it.
Oh, of course, God. Of course. Thank you, God.
No, look. Don't walk that way. You've got to walk this way.
Now we know how to turn on a light. Thank you so very much.
Kick your heel up a little bit when you walk. I don't like that. No, cut that off the tip of your dick. It looks disgusting, yeah. I can't believe I left that on there. Cut it off. Everybody that's got one on there, cut it off now.
Makes so much sense. It's the creator of the universe. Why wouldn't you want you to cut skin off of your
germs?
Anyway.
Germs?
And
germs. Get a knife, get a rock. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. And okay, so I sent that link in there if you would like to join our Twitch, and we also have a Discord in the description. But you're good.
Oops.
Oops. And we're moving right along. I mean, some of these sections just make me speechless. And but okay. And I have given the Levi's jeans as a gift in Amazon gift wish list to Aaron Ra and to his sons, or whatever is left of them.
But the porch pirates came and stole the gifts, so
yeah. Damn it. I want you to know, Jafreak, that when we do get into the New Testament, they sell a 6-foot Jesus that's called like Jesus Buddy, and I am totally going to have that right behind me. Just want you all to know that. And to be continued on that one.
Once we hit like the 100,000 subscriber mark, Amy will have a 15-foot whale heart in the room.
Oh my!
Behind her at all times.
I think I was on Atheist Junior's channel. I think shout out to Atheist Junior, or whoever was trying to count how many times he said phallic whale members in a single video, and I think it was 15. And I have to say that if you talk about whales' genitals for 15 moments in a video and it's not a comedic bit, I feel like talk to your therapist. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Anyway,
but Amy, the whales have they have to have sex in the dark, underwater. It's 15 feet long. How they have to maneuver that in there, Amy? You see, here, watch this video about it. Here,
seminar number 2.
There I am in the video trying to help in there. Help that whale get that up in there, buddy.
Funny enough, in seminar number 20, how to be a shit-faced husband and get arrested for beating one of your... Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, my God.
I was thinking about getting all 3 of my wives together, and then I could go bowling, try to knock them all down at once. Because I love knocking down women for Jesus.
And I feel bad for even making fun. These are the people that friggin' try and lecture us on frickin' morals for having loving relationships between 2 things. But then...
regular people,
we have to deal with these scumbags. Anyway, hi, Donna! Woohoo!
Woohoo!
All right, we're sending love out to everybody in chat and viewers just in general. And
viewers like you. Praise God.
Viewers like you. Which God? We don't know, but exactly. We're 20, I think, and Charlton Heston and Aaron Raw got picked off the floor after shivering, and all the congregation who are nameless of the children.
Timbers.
Shiver me timbers. Sup, Dave Gar?
Dave Gar.
Did to the Levi's jeans according that the Lord Bob commanded Charlton Heston. Everything. He's finally got a better contract. Concerning specifically the Levi's jeanites. So did the children of Ishmael unto them.
Make sure there's enough room in the crotch there, Amy.
Make sure. What are we saying? Moses and Aaron and the Israelites did to the Levites what God commanded Moses. Fantastic. Were they not doing things what God commanded before
they did not.
Like, do you have to put a paragraph saying they did the thing that he just said? Really?
Yes. They did the thing that God said. Yeah.
Thank you, Bible. And the Levi's jeans were purified. They went round and round on the spin cycle until they were beautiful. And they washed their clothes. See, the theists are like atheists, fedoras. Why are you making fun of the Bible? See, we're the true literalists, baby, right there. We knew the spin cycle was coming. And Aaron Ra
just put that fabric softener in there right before.
Fabric softener, exactly. And offered them as an offering, because a God needs to have offerings for some reason. Totally makes sense. Before the Lord Bob.
Creflo Dollar moment.
And Aaron Ra made an atonement for them to cleanse them.
Amy's got an atonement for you. All right.
An atonement. Oh, baby, I do. You just have to get on your knees. It's where you pray. And after that went the Levi's jeans, as I scream, in to do their service to the tabernacle of the congregation right behind me, before Aaron Ra, and before his sons, or whatever's left of them, as the Lord had commanded Moses concerning the Levi's jeans, so did they unto them. Amazing. Early and forced retirements to the Levites. It's a works program, ladies and gentlemen. I know, Gizmo. I agree. And before I almost broke into the excitement. What's on the menu? Pure excitement, as you can tell from the Z's.
Gizmo is so pumped up for it. He is ready.
All right, we're at the last section in Numbers chapter 8 of the Bible, early and forced retirement for the Levites. And the Lord Bob spak onto our man Charlton Heston.
Social Security.
Yes, exactly. Finally, this is the belonging onto the Levi's jeans from 20 and 5 years old and upward, very specifically. They shall go into, wait upon the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. So you're 25, get your butt in the congregation.
Yeah, it's time to go out and get a job. You've been sitting on your ass for 25 years.
It's time to praise Yahweh. Time to praise me. And from the age of 50 years, they shall cease. Get your butt out waiting upon the service thereof, and shall service me no longer. Get off your knees. No more knee pads required.
Only 50 years on your knees. Only 25 years. Yeah.
25 years. Good 25 years. But shall minister, lots of buts, with their brethren in the tabernacle of the congregation. Oh, that's so nice. It's going to be a sausage fest. To keep the charge, and shall do no and shall do no service.
Keep their phone charged. Got it.
Charge. Thus shalt thou do unto the Levi's jeans, touching their charge. Oh my,
Don't touch their charge.
My Jeebus. And all right, chapter 8, how to light the lamps. I will say, we had so much wisdom. Don't you agree, James?
How many?
What do you think?
How many deities does it take to light a lamp?
I don't know. I was waiting for like Aladdin or something epic, but no. Maybe a Minecraft scenario.
Like Jesus, the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit trying to figure out how to screw in a light bulb.
It was in IKEA. We got God Kia. It's close. Very close.
Like that goddamn talking snake, he outsmarted us all. Fucking that damn talking snake, he fooled our perfect plan.
So they were talking on, I believe, the Atheist Experience today. And it was, someone was so flabbergasted that, because Jenna, if you know Jenna Belk, awesome Jenna Belk, was trying to suss out, which I often try and do as well, belief in a deity from worship. A lot of theists, especially creationists, have a hard time separating these two concepts. Like if the deity is put in front of you, we don't instantly just drop to our knees and start shake waiting. It's an amazing phenomenon. Matt was trying to convince this man that yes, he would start a revolt, which is kind of the answer I gave to Sal, that I would join Satan, which very much shook him up, which I actually think is an easy answer. I think it was my non-trolling tone of voice that truly scared him, because Matt is right. Matt, if you start the revolt, right behind you, baby, because I don't know what to say. It is the all-knowing, all-powerful, omnipresent tyrant. This all-loving God seems to have like the torture chamber. If he comes to me, that's what he or she said, and is like, stone the gays. Oh my God, they got it all wrong. Avi. What we meant was get the gays stoned, get them high, and take them clubbing. When we meant club the gays, we meant go out and dance. All right, maybe we could start to talk, but anything else than that,
it's hard to see how he could justify a lot of the shit in there. I mean, be open to listening to it, but you know, it does seem like it'd be pretty damn hard to justify a lot of that. But hey, not saying it couldn't be done, but you know, what kind of God? Hey, I'm gonna make people. I'm gonna make them worship me. I'm not gonna. They're not gonna know that I'm real. But if they don't think that I'm real anyway, I'm gonna roast them forever.
James, it's a game. It's a test.
It's a game, yeah.
The Hunger Games, another good game.
But if you lose the game, I roast you forever.
But they don't get. Moses doesn't need to play the game. Aaron doesn't need to play the game, mostly because
his sons don't need to play the game.
I was going to say, exactly, because he's losing at the game. But Jesus, Muhammad, Joseph Smith, they don't seem to need that. But we have to play. You got to go through the maze, James. You got to fill out the right questions.
Paul, the people that got to see Jesus after he rose from the dead. That people got to see all the zombies, other zombies that walk around. Which Gavin says that That was hyperbolic. Did not mean that all those people got up and were walking around from the grave. That's hyperbole.
Oh my God, James! It's the second coming. They're coming back from the
Usually, folks, when you hear Amy talk about the second coming, she's not. That's not the expression that she has on her face.
Well, that's right. I get on the defensive, but if it's a second coming and it's more of a positive direction, then who knows? Maybe I'll be included. You never know, folks. Anyway, the book of Numbers, dun dun dun, chapter 9. We're knee deep in now. The Passover. You mean like the story of Passover? No, we read that. He already killed people. No, he's got 2 scoops, ladies and gentlemen. We're reinforcing it.
2 scoops.
2 scoops. That's right, which is as exciting as you can imagine. But with that, the Passover. And that's right. As Blaster Master says, we're going to be open up the panel later for anyone who wants to join. Tell us where we went wrong. I mean,
do it.
We're just reading it literal. I think that's our problem, James. We need to understand the context. The context.
Right.
All right.
If it sounds good literally, take it literally. If it sounds batshit crazy literally, take it somehow. Take it another way.
That's right. Exactly.
If it sounds good and loving, because God is love, then it's good. If it sounds not good or not loving, then it means the opposite of what you think.
If it sounds evil in the Old Testament, well, that's just the Old Testament. But if it's the 10 Commandments, well, James,
Ten Commandments. God had to be harsh and put all those rules back then because it was his plan for Jesus, the Messiah. He had to do all those things in place. Come on. Yeah, Mark, I'm sorry. That's my sound on my other account was being a bitch today, so I had to. It's complicated. I have not became Amy yet.
Not yet. He is transitioning. Oh, no. Anyway, the Passover. So much excitement. That's right. He can.
Yeah, I can identify as Amy if I want. Yeah, there you go.
From the heart. Oh, and the Lord spake as he does for like every chapter. Holy moly. Lord Bob, calmness. Like, chew some gum or something. And
Come on, Bob
to
Larson.
Charlton Heston.
Do an exorcism. Make $10,000. Be happy.
Except, just take the change. Spack onto Moses into the wilderness of RuneScape. It's a high level, but also of Sinai.
Sinai Hospital?
In the first month of the second year, after they came, oh my, out of the land of New York. Thank you so very much, Mark. Let the children of Israel also keep the Passover at his appointed season. Are you going to take spring or are you going to take fall?
Both.
Going to take both.
Summer. Take
summer. Take summer. Take the summer off.
Mount Sinai. Yes, Sancher. Yes, Mount Sinai.
Woohoo! What's up, Banter? We were coming out of the land of New York. Let the children of Israel also keep Passover, okay? In the 14th day specifically of the month, at even, not odd, shall ye keep it in. If you pull out, I will be angry. His appointed.
We already know about that one.
Yeah, I can't believe he killed a guy for actually doing it. Like, we made jokes.
He did.
And then the Bible does something that just like smacks the smile off your face. And we're like, we were just,
you can't
it was
make
just
fun
a
of
joke.
It.
I know.
And then God does it.
And then God does it according to all the rites of it and according to all the ceremonies thereof. shall ye keep it? And Moses spake unto the children of Israel, Shmishmael. Oh, God.
Yeah,
What
Sunday worship. Amy, we were just harping back to the time where God killed a guy because he was knowing a woman, and he sprayed his seed on the ground instead of inside of the woman, and that made God a little hot under the collar.
But James, you're just reading that literally. You got to understand the context.
Yeah. Little hot under the collar. God was a little hot and bothered by that.
But hi, Sunday worship. And all right.
The whole crew out there.
The whole crew. Doom, doom, doom.
No, don't tell her, Edger. Don't tell her till we get to Ezekiel. That's more cooking with Yahweh.
More cooking with Yahweh?
Oh, yeah.
Now we're going to break some bread.
Yahweh's got a special kind of bread for you in Ezekiel. Oh, especially.
And that's right, scapegoat. Jesus comes again. This time, it's personal.
This time,
all right.
He's pissed. He pissed.
He's pissed. Hold on.
What? There she goes. She's coming. She's coming, folks. Don't worry about it.
All right. I had to become a true American for a second. There we go, ladies and gentlemen.
God, guns, freedom.
God's guns and freedom.
Got a little something right here, Amy. You want to take a look at this? What's this right here, Amy? You see this? You see this?
Oh,
we got?
Oh, don't do it, James.
For freedom, for God.
Oh, freedom. Can I tell you, I was just talking about this today with my mother, that if polio came out today, it would be political.
Yeah, that's probably true. Boy, everything invades politics on both sides, on all sides. It's sure. Both sides do it.
Well, I'll be honest with you. Here's the thing. I used to go, I'd be like the conservatives have the creationists and the liberals have the anti-vaxxers. What the hell happened?
Yeah.
What the hell happened to that? It is
there's always been that anti-vax side to the Christian side, but it's always been a fringe on the far, like maybe 5 to 10%, never more than that. A vocal 5 to 10%, but
it's the past
like
4 years.
Like that Ken Hovind. There's a guy. They kicked him off YouTube. I think he's on. Named Scott Johnson. He's a chiropractor in Naples.
Oh,
I think he has a
we
website.
have to do an episode on chiropractic.
Contending for Truth or whatever, right, Amy? Contending for Truth is. They kicked him off of YouTube after he said that he went on a thing about the Haitian earthquake in 2010, that was God's judgment. They threw him off of that. But yeah.
Such frigging degenerates.
I mean, you look at people suffering, you look at destruction, and the first thing you say, well, it's kind of their fault. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, very how they look at humanity and how they
can you
identify with suffering people
at a humanitarian crisis, and your first thought isn't holy moly, my heart breaks.
Yeah.
It's what did they do wrong to deserve it?
Yeah. Well, they do a lot of voodoo there. They do a lot of voodoo there, so therefore God is just raining down judgment on them. The earth will quake because they do voodoo. Which,
More magic. More magic.
Yeah, more magic. Yeah.
Voodoo. Who are they? And that's so funny. I love it when they take pot shots at other religion.
Like, look at their stupidity. Look at their woo. Our woo
Voodoo,
is the real woo.
No. We do exorcisms via emoji here. That's how we do it.
At the Commander Girl Dick level.
At the Commander Girl Dick level. Exactly. And all right.
Praise God, folks.
We're picking days on the calendar.
We're coming in. We're coming in hard, guys.
Yo, I just realized it's so subtle, but God is mandating holidays. How micro? I mean, this is getting so Kafka-esque. I mean, how frigging bored does this deity need to be that he is setting holidays?
How human does he sound now?
Yeah. I mean,
how human does he sound?
It's subtle, but subtly stupid. Like, what the... It just seems so irreverent. Creator of the universe, once again.
But if the holiday falls on a Sunday, do we also get that Monday off? Can we get that in our contract, God? Because, we have Sunday off anyway, but if the holiday falls on a Sunday, then do we get to take the Monday off? Do we get holiday pay?
Do we get extra?
Yes, you can do an extra meat offering to me. Extra additional sacrifice.
Okay. At even shall keep it in his appointed. Is it called 3 seasons? What the hell is the thing called? The hotel? I forget.
4 seasons?
Huh?
There's a 4 seasons.
4
hotel.
seasons. The thing Marriott. That what is his name? He was a lawyer. Rudy Giuliani was standing in front of. According to all the rites of it, and according to all the ceremonies thereof, shall ye keep it. Keep at it. What did he just say? God said this to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai. In the first month of the 2nd year after leaving Egypt, let the Israelites keep the Passover of the 14th day of this month. Cool. Thank you.
Yay.
And Charlton Heston then started to spack himself onto the children.
Okay, guys. God said we got to do this holiday thing.
Gosh, mark your calendars, folks. That they should keep the Passover and get your Passover crackers on sale now. And they kept the Passover on the 14th day. Thank you, exposition mode. Of the first month, at even in the wilderness of RuneScape of Sinai, according to all that the Lord Bob commanded.
And then they went to pee, and then they lifted their robe, and then they lowered their pants, and then they pulled it out, and then they squeezed the urine out, and then they shook at the end to make sure they get okay, God, we get it. We get it, God. Shake it at the end, please, God.
And they kept the Passover. They kept the Passover cookies on the 14th day of the first month. You better frickin' believe it. At even in the wilderness of Sinai of RuneScape, according to all that the Lord Bob commanded Charlton Heston, and so did the children of corn. No. Israel. Amazing. An unclean Passover.
Unclean. Yeah.
All right.
We cleaned everything at first, but now it's time to get clean.
Get clean. What are 2 categories? Just a little
absurdity.
Num of absurdity. You gotta laugh, folks. You gotta keep on laughing while you're reading the Bible. Wow. Such a fun book. Such fun. But, of course, what would it be if those judgments and moral codes weren't 3,000+ years old? Lots of injustice. Juicy.
They didn't even make sense back then, but we're applying them today. They make even less sense
today. Exactly. We're having an unclean Passover, which sounds like an Adam Sandler movie. And there were certain men. Oh, were there? I guess so. Who were defiled by the dead body of a man. The priest class was trying to become a necromancer. That they could not keep the Passover cookies on that day, and they came. Before Moses, before Charlton Heston, hot, and before Aaron Ra, also hot, on that day. Whew, I saw that on Pornhub. And those meds said
you were in that on Pornhub. Come on.
To be honest with you, James, I was the one filming. But yes.
On Alex Jones's phone.
Ooh, looking at good stuff down there.
No, it was a pop-up. I get porn pop-ups on my phone all the time. What the hell are you talking about making the fucking frogs gay?
Turn the wrong way.
I get pop-ups pop up on my phone all the time. You've never gotten a pop-up on your phone?
Never. Never. And those men said unto him, "We are so defiled, Daddy, by the dead body of a man. Wherefore we are kept back, that we may not offer an offering," which is what you do with an offer, "of the Lord Bob in his appointed 3 Seasons hotel among the children of Israel." That was a question. Fantastic. And Moses said unto him, our main man, Charlton Heston, getting a higher paid contract, "Stand still.
Stand fast.
See you." They hunt based on sight.
Yeah. Stand still. Don't move or God will kill you.
Don't move. "And I will hear what the Lord Bob commanded concerning you." Oh, wow.
Speaking of that, I have to just say I watched this really silly movie on Netflix. It was like about creatures that hunt from sound.
That's what I was thinking.
Billions of bats that spent, I guess, millions of years underground in a cave evolving. They're ferocious. They can't see, but they hunt through sound. It's like, well, damn, what were they all eating down there? And then when they came up on land, within a few days, they kill everybody.
Was it bats? The one I know of, the silent one, it's aliens.
No, these things are, I don't know if they're bat. They're heavily evolved, dangerous, bat-looking creatures. I mean,
the one with the sign, but are they doing sign language in it?
There was a girl from doing sign language in it.
She was I don't deaf?
Think they were. I don't. Yeah, I don't think they aliens. Were aliens. I thought it said they came from a cave, but maybe they were aliens. I don't think so though. Dude, all you have to do is put wood chippers out there and watch them all fly right into the wood chippers. Then the sound attracts more of them, so they all go flying right into the wood chipper. Yeah.
All you need is you need flamethrowers, ladies and gentlemen.
And then the preacher was in that movie too. The preacher, he had a cameo in that movie towards the end.
And Charlton Heston said unto them, "Stand still, or they'll get you." "And I will hear what the Lord Bob will command concerning you." It'll be a Command and Conquer, a decent video game. "And the Lord spake unto Moses." So much spacking. So much caulking.
Get your facial shield.
Oh, baby. "Saying, speak unto the children of Israel, Shmishmael." Saying, yeah, that's what speaking is. "If any man of you, or of your prostate, of your prostate, shall be unclean by reason of a dead body." Or
your prostate is not clean, Amy.
or be in a journey afar off. Yet
a journey concert?
A journey concert. Or will be far off. Yet he shall keep the Passover cookies unto the Lord Bob. Dawn of the 14th day of the 2nd month, and even they shall keep it and eat it with unleavened bread.
Can you make a matzah brie?
Matzah brie, baby. All right, we're back to unleavened bread. Back to that bread. That bread better not rise. You get a stabby.
Yeah, right.
They shall leave none of it unto the morning or until brunch, nor break any bone of it, according to all the ordinances of the Passover cookies, they shall keep it. But the man that is clean, he shall wear Dove body spray, and it is not in a journey concert, and forbeareth to keep the Passover cookies. Even the same soul stone shall be cut off from among his people, because he broughteth not the offering of the Lord Bob in his appointed 4 Seasons hotel. That man shall bear his sin or pay $10.99, whichever one comes first.
We're sorry, Newman. You're banned from this hotel. Remember that little incident?
No, I'm sorry. It got all over the sheets. Things happen.
Please don't use the guest towels as toilet paper like you did last time.
Okay. I'm sorry. It was just that they were such amazing sheets. And if a stranger danger shall sojourn among you, and you will keep the Passover cookies unto the Lord Bob, according to the ordinance of the Passover cookies, according to the manner thereof, so shall he do. That's right, he shall do. Ye shall have 1 ordinance, not 2. You go for 2. Everyone tries to double dip. 1 ordinance, both for the stranger danger and for him that was born in the land.
Oh.
Strangers must also keep the Passover. Good to know. So everyone. Why even separate if you're just going to say everyone?
The scribes got paid by the word, so.
Oy. I guess so. Clearly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 scoops of it tonight.
Hold on, Amy. I'm sending it up to the cloud.
We're sending it up to the clouds. A cloud by day, a fire at night. We're paying extra money for the visual effects department.
Oh, that's right. Amy uses the cloud by day, but she is on fire at night. Ooh.
All right, that's right, baby. And all right, 2 scoops also in our categories. That's right. You gotta keep on laughing, of course, as we have been, because the Bible is such a cheery book. But also, of course, we're about to see some serious biblical science. We're about to fill our beakers full.
The real thing.
The real thing. This is why we should be teaching this book in science class, people.
Like those scientists, they just get their dicks out and try to figure out how God made things, when the Bible God will tell you himself how he made it.
The other thing I like about this, because just going through this, is the cloud almost seems like a secondary minor character in tonight's episode. It's just weird how just some things get so anthropomorphized. Like, pet the cloud on the head. You're doing such a good job. But I also, from Sunday Worship says, but I also get random free InfoWars supplements and fluoride-free toothpaste. So I guess that's a plus. That's right, baby.
More cavities. More cavities.
The non-fluoride scrubs away the 5G from your teeth.
Yeah.
That's how they get it on there. But
your dentist will love you. Your dentist will, yeah. He's got his Beamer ain't gonna pay for itself now.
Exactly, and I just love how. But I guess you'll see once again just how the cloud seems to have its own sort of secondary character arc. A cloud by day, a fire by night. And and we're reading, if you just joined us, Numbers chapter 9. Yeah. And on the day that the tabernacle, our lovely portable tent, holy tent, was reared up, right up there, baby. Went right up the rear. The cloud covered the tabernacle. Dun, dun, dun. The eye cloud.
That cloud that follows you around everywhere you go, like rains right over you, Wile E. Coyote.
That's right. Not as good as Raining Men, but just like that actual cloud from just like the cartoon. Namely, I like how it says that. It's not even me doing it. Namely, the tent of the testimony, which totally sounds like an RPG name.
The tent of your testimony.
Where does the quest get done? Oh, we have to go to the tent of testimony. Gotcha. And at even, not odd. Made my own sound effect, but didn't burp.
The tent of the testimony.
At even there was upon the tabernacle, as it were, the appearance of fire. Until the morning, which is totally normal. So it was always. Really giving me TVA vibes over here, if you're a good Loki fan. The cloud covered it by day, and the appearance of fire by night. Totally normal.
Come on, fire.
And when the eye cloud was And when the eye cloud was taken up from the tabernacle, then after that the children of Ishmael went on a journey concert, and in place where the eye clouds abode, there the children of Ishmael pitched their tents.
It says faith moves mountains. Matthew 17:20. I would like to see faith move a paperclip, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Bible Burner.
And I'm looking to freaks. Can you? You should have the option on Twitch to do 720 lower. Let's see.
A stream at a higher resolution.
Oh, it doesn't say. I go in here. It doesn't say. It only says 1080p or auto.
Oh.
I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that. So thank you. Where are we moving along? So it was always the cloud covered by day. And when the cloud was taken up from the tabernacle, then after the children... Oh, they pitched their tents. Okay, 18. At the commandment of the Lord of the children of Ishmael journeyed. They went on a journey concert. And at the commandment...
YouTube has 720, so that must be a Twitch thing, because...
Yes, YouTube.
Because YouTube has everything 720, 480, 360.
Yes, but I'm sure there's a setting. I just got to find out how.
Yeah. Anyway, continue. Yeah.
But yes. Where cloud abode upon. Do we go through 18? They pitched their tents at the commandment level of the Lord Bob. The children of Israel journeyed, and at the commandment level of the Lord, they pitched right in Bob's face. As long as the commander level, as long as the eye cloud abode upon the tabernacle, they rested in their tents. And when the cloud tarred long upon the tabernacle many days, then the children of Ishmael kept the charge of the Lord Bob, and journeyed not. Faith fantasy and imagination, that's harmful. Woo-hoo. Indeed. And tell me if it works in a better browser, DeFreak. We're sending love to everyone on Twitch. In fact, I'm going to send out, if you would like to join the Twitch community, going to send that out there.
You get to be with DeFreak. I don't know why. I mean, everybody should race over there.
And Blaster Master.
Blaster
Master and myself, we're all hanging out over there. So come and join us over at Twitch. And yeah. And all right. We are moving through our iCloud. We are knee deep in cloud. Cloud abode, tabernacle and rested. Cat nuggin, cat bumming. Oh, hi Gizmo. I will say, kitties, doggoos, they are always welcome on these streams.
Amy loves them carnivore.
I do. It's very specifically carnivora. They are a specific branch just above cats and dogs. In fact, they generally get broken up into cat kind or dog kind.
Oh, you're speaking Ken Oven's language there.
I'm saying cat. Well, yeah, and it's just what they tend to break apart into. But so hyenas actually
they're in between.
Are cats? No, they're cats.
They're closer to cats.
They look like dogs because of convergent evolution.
The feline family.
They do things closer to felines, like they when they go to the bathroom, they will hide it just like a cat does. Oh, okay. And I believe that they have retractable claws, which is another cat. And I'm trying to think which is
why I actually like the cheetah is not a true cat. The cheetah doesn't have retractable claws. The cheetah is it's very similar to the big cats, but it's kind of off to the side. They don't have retractable claws because they're just built for speed, so they always need that traction. So they don't even have the option to retract their front claws.
Oh, maybe they're just unique in the cat kind. I think they're cats, aren't they?
Maybe. I think they are, but they're like a slightly separate branch than the big cats. Than the lions, tigers, jaguars, leopards, and lions, tigers, jaguars, leopards, not cougars. What am I missing?
I was looking at a video with a bear, and the bear, its nose snuck through the chain, basically where the guy was trying to protect himself, like a gate or whatever. Ignorance just makes you more brain and propaganda. It does. And as he was poking his head through the thing, it just the ears went back and the bear completely looked like a dog. And it's just oh my goddess, I would so die if I ever met a bear, because I'd be like, puppy! And the bear would be like, rah, 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 rah. I think that's how it would go. But
depends on the bear.
I know. They're just so adorable. I can't help myself. All the carnivora. Seals are carnivora in the ocean, which is another. How does that work, Kent? If seals are part of the carnivora and we see it from their bone structure and the genetic level, and they are hunters themselves and all this.
Aren't they mammals?
Stuff. And they're absolutely mammals, but they're specifically carnivora. And so, what the hell?
Otters, they're mammals. So similar beavers, semi-aquatic animals.
The in-between animals are so easy, like a hippopotamus. We have all these things, frogs,
amphibians,
that go through the cycle in their own lifespan.
It's amazing when you actually look at life, not as just something, a deity poofing things out of nothing, but when you actually look at this process, natural, beautiful process that has taken so long. And you look at how animals are interrelated. It's really, it's amazing in its own right. Much more amazing than, God just decided poof, and there was an ostrich. He decided to make a bird that couldn't fly just because he wanted to. And then poof, there's an iguana. Poof, there's a cormorant. Oh, we need a cormorant that doesn't fly too. There's a flightless cormorant. Boo, poof. There you go. Suck that. Yeah.
And I agree, scapegoat. The bears need to consent to huggles. I would just lay there. They can come up and just give me hugs. It might be hugs with teeth, but they're just so adorable. And they're smart, too.
Amy doesn't bite unless the bears are into that.
Unless you're into that. That's right, baby. And all right, moving right along. I think we read 18. And when did they read the second half? As long as the iCloud abode upon the tabernacle, they rested in their tents, in their pitch tents.
And they pitched them and then they rested in them. Great.
That's right, baby. After you pitch your tents, you got to rest them again. And if you pitch your tents for any longer than 4 hours, see a doctor. And when the iCloud tarred long upon the tabernacle, many days. Many.
How many?
Then many.
So many.
Oh, so many. Then the children of Israel, Ishmael, kept the charge of the Lord Bob and saw a second journey concert. And
they kept charging the phone?
Kept charging the phone. And so it was. That's cool. Yes, these.
Triple take. God bless you, Amy.
Thank you.
Triple tap that.
I feel so blessed. Anytime I can, I let people trap.
May the devil bless you. Penis be upon you.
That's right, baby. And so it was when the cloud was a few days upon the tabernacle. They're like, can we order a pizza or something?
No. That's leavened. You gotta have cracker pizza.
Bread. Cracker pizza. Mom, it's like we have pizza at home. Unleavened pizza. Pizza at home. And according to the commandment of the Lord Bob, they journeyed everywhere. Back and forth. And so it was when the iCloud abode from even unto the morning, even unto the night, even until you hold me, baby. And the iCloud was taken up in the morning. Then they journeyed. We've been journeying all over we've been journeying more than apparently ever before. We journeyed here.
They're just walking around in a circle the whole time.
We even journeyed here.
They don't even know. God's just watching them walk in
circles. Whether it was by day or by night, we were Batman. That the iCloud was taken up, they journeyed. Did they journey?
Repent to perish. You're on your way to hell. Fuck you.
Dude. Journeyed. Oh.
Yeah.
Amy.exe has stopped working.
Repent or perish, journey or perish. You're on your way to hell. Suck my dick. I am Batman.
I'm Batman. They journeyed, or whether it were 2 days, or a month, or a year. I should honestly go on Batman's channel, and because I know he's just going to call me sir, I should just have the entire conversation in a Batman voice. So what is your ultimate? I'm listening.
Tell me about how much you like to keep the Torah.
Keeping the Torah.
How long has it been since you had bacon?
Look at the clouds. I've had a decent amount of theists tell me in the past few weeks use the look at the trees argument. And they weren't being ironic. Intangelo is going around saying that it is Not special pleading, even though it was a special
pleading.
Special circumstance that the prophets were able to talk one-on-one with God. I don't understand how it cannot be special pleading when it has special in the word, but sending love to everybody out there.
So last night, I happened to catch a little bit of the Globebuster stream. Yay, I know, the Globebuster stream. And a good chunk of it, they had a video of a guy pointing his phone at the clouds. Look at the clouds.
Look at the clouds, baby.
Yeah, look at the sun behind the clouds. Look how the light shines through it. Therefore, we know the sun's not that far away. The sun is local. The sun's very close because look how that light reflects off the clouds. That we automatically know that, the sun is local. It's small. It's right up there in the clouds. I mean, if you took a baseball and you threw it hard enough, you could probably hit that sun. You might even be able to knock that sun out. Amy's gone to get her mafia boss baseball bat. So yeah, if you probably
James, look, it's not a mafia boss bat. All I'm trying to say is, look, you could believe in me, you could not, but I got this place back here for you. If you don't, I'm just saying things.
It's your choice.
Choice.
You got free will, right? You got total free will.
That's right.
Total free will. It's your choice.
Free will.
You get on your knees or you walk around the back there. Choice is yours.
Forever.
Choice is yours.
Choice is yours. And all right. Where we journeyed. And so it was when the cloud abode from even till morning, that the cloud was taken up in the morning. Then they journeyed with journey. They took a journey with journey, singing journey. Whether it was by day or by night, that the iCloud was taken up, given a good time. They journeyed. Amazing.
Please stop believing.
Please stop believing.
Believing, yeah.
Or whether it were 2 days or a month or a year. What? What are we even talking about? Like,
who knows?
They just pulled a me. That's supposed to be my joke.
Newman.
Okay. Or who knows? It could have been 2 days. It could have been a month. It could have
look
been
how
a year.
amazing that is, Amy. God put that in there thousands of years ago to troll you.
I was going to say, I like how specific it is. That's
no,
what I
he
like
put that in there to troll you. You've caught God's attention.
That's right. That the iCloud tarried upon the tabernacle, remaining therein. The children of Ishmael abode in their pitch tents and journeyed all over the place not. No,
And
they
then
didn't go on a
abode
journey.
more.
Abode more. But when it was taking up, guess what they did? They journeyed.
And then?
Fantastic. And then?
Abode.
And then abode. At the commandment level of the Lord Bob, they rested in their pitch tents. At the commandment level of the Lord Bob, they sang journey. They kept the charge of the Lord Bob at the commandment level of the Lord Bob by the hand of Charlton Heston. It's all making sense now. What did we just read, ladies and gentlemen? They continued always. A cloud covered it during the day and a fire at night. Thus, the Israelites traveled whenever the cloud was removed from the tabernacle. Look at that. The clouds traveled. When the cloud returned, it's like it's following them. The Israelites stopped. This was all done at the commandment of God. There you go.
It's like GPS. God's helping them navigate with the cloud.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just went over Numbers chapter 9. We had Passover, a cloud by day and night. Oh, what amazing wisdom. Oh, what fun.
I mean, even though it's 2:45 a.m. Yeah, do it, Amy. Do the chapter review.
Wow. It all really happened, folks. We're learning real history right here.
Total
and
history.
That's what I love. Another apologetic. James, it's not a science textbook. It's not a science textbook. It's a history textbook. It's history. The wrong tool. You're using the wrong tool, James. We're learning real history right now. My goddess. And okay, we are moving into the book of Numbers, chapter 10, the last
That's right,
chapter
people.
Of the
it
night.
Is a three-peat tonight.
A three-peat before we move into the open mic. And that is because we're getting 2 scoops of cloud. If you were like, man, the cloud was good, but I really want to follow up.
I'm not ready to be done with it yet.
Yeah, you're going to bring in a secondary character and just shoo him out. Oh, no, folks.
It's like when they release like one movie and then the sequel like 2 months later. You don't want to wait like 3 years to see the sequel.
Well, I will say I'm very excited. Avatar just got done 4 films. Translation, Dave Gar says translation is rough, like the best biblical scholars.
This is the best in the 15th century. Yeah.
And once again, this is the all-knowing, all-seeing, all-powerful creator of the universe.
If you listen
and he had to actually create a text. He had to create it by text because that couldn't just put it right into our brains, couldn't update it, like bring it into tablets. You'd say, oh, well, then the tablet would just change. Yes, it should be that God can just be like, boom, 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 latest technology.
He could text this all to our phones.
All powerful. What is, like, that's the problem with all powerful. That's the problem with all the omnis, is that they just lead to just crazy contradictions when you start to combine them, or even when you start to utilize them and take them to their logical extremes. All powerful should mean all powerful. If you need to edge to all powerful, ain't all powerful.
Yeah.
Very powerful.
He's maximally powerful. It's not all good. He's maximally good.
Maximally good. Yeah.
It's impossible to be gooder.
Which I find weird because I don't find him good. I'm waiting for the good parts. There are trickles.
Don't you remember Genesis? Don't you remember Genesis? He did everything and he said it was good. He made sure to pat himself on the back. Good. I did such a great job with this making stuff. Look at all this. Did I do good, folks? Did I do good? Did I do good? If you don't think so, I'll roast you forever. But did I do good?
And there are pieces of good, of actual nuggets. You have to search really hard. Nuggets. I always try and think that people are eating, so I try and choose my words. But there's no better analogy.
I'd say
so what?
Broken clock can be right twice a day, but it's not even that often.
Yeah, but the fact that we have to pick through this much, I mean, what wisdom have we found tonight so far? Like, honestly, the reason I like to do,
I don't have my cricket sound effect ready.
The reason we are going through the entire Bible word for word and in order, part of the method to the madness is to show that part of the method is to show that when God damn, I can't help it. I see comments and then I want to read the comment.
No, go ahead. You're saying the reason why we're doing this.
Trying to remember.
The reason why we're doing it in order, line by line.
Part of the reason that we are doing this in order is because I want to show how much irreverence. There just is. How just chapters and chapters and chapters of just nothing that is ever going to be quoted again, nothing that is going to be read in your Bible study, that is going to be shown in other Bible studies, because it's not the hit. Exactly. People want to show the hits, and thus you end up with just a very narrow, probably one book's worth of the 66 books interpretation 1% of the Bible.
Or less.
This is episode 43, ladies and gentlemen. We are on episode 43 of the Bible, only into book 4, because we are going through all the mash. And let me tell you, the wisdom could be lighter than a pamphlet.
And we hear so often from people like you'll hear it from Christians all the time, like the preacher. You will hear just how amazing this book is. And we know that it's true because it is so amazing. It's supernatural even. It is supernatural. You know that this book came from God. This is not the babblings of Bronze Age man. No. This is much more than that.
What?
We're trying to show that actually it sounds like so far the babblings of Bronze Age man. I'm just saying.
Well, it sounds like it came from the time period of the generation that it was written.
Like, what would you expect? What would you expect them to put out?
To be talking about quantum mechanics or general relativity. In fact, I will be honest, if it actually had anything that impressive, that would be better evidence than anything that has been presented so far.
Yeah. Why does it seem that according to God, Bronze Age ideas of morality are the pinnacle of human thought, you know?
And you can't change it. You can't change it.
Right. Hey, 100% of people back then thought slavery was normal, good. Never going to be able to get it is what it is. It's just, even if you don't think it's nice or you like it, there's no way ever to get around.
Also, another, and you're roboting a little, but another thing that has been traveling across Christian circles, and they say this with no sense of irony, is, well, who do you think freed the slaves?
Yeah.
And it's like, once again, this reminds me of Yahweh and the whole who took you out of Egypt thing.
Right.
It's like, why were there slaves to begin with? Who thought that they had ownership and used their holy text to defend slavery?
You may buy slaves from the people around you, or how to sell your child into slavery.
Yo, if you couldn't find a more straight up interpretation of slavery than it says, and if you so happen to sell your daughter into servitude, and it's like, is that a thing? Like, is that it's like bar mitzvahs and sometimes sell your daughter into slavery? Is that how that goes?
I mean, if that's God's idea for like a family budget crisis, like, money's getting tight, and you're looking at your kids like, how much do you think we could get for Sally? Could we get more for her sister? Or what about the young one? Could you think she would be more? Which daughter can we get more for to sell? I mean, I've said if you are a God, you have to make rules like that. You suck at your job. You are a terrible failure of a God. You should just will yourself out of his existence. And yeah.
Also, I know that when we ask for something like, why couldn't you have put "thou shalt not own slaves" in the commandments or anywhere? They're like, oh, come on. They were just, at the time, everyone was doing it. Well, it's kind of our point in that God seems to have the exact same knowledge of the men of the time. He doesn't seem to have any extraordinary knowledge. I mean, the same goes for all these religions. When I talk with Muslims, they will tell us the chewed gum, which is like such a fetus looks like chewed gum. What the am I even listening to? Like, it's like, I mean, I get there. It's one of those things where you're not even wrong. Like, I guess if you look up into the clouds, we could guess things. And I guess fetuses, yeah, sure. You saw that when someone had
because that's proof of Islam.
A miscarriage. So there is evidence that you could find out what a fetus looks like. Like the biblical people who tell us that we're at war or that they use COVID. Now COVID's over, they'll use something else. And it's like...
Do you remember about a month back when I was talking with a guy on John Maddox's channel, and his big hit was, well, there's a verse in Proverbs, Amy, talks about ants and refers to the ants by their appropriate gender. How did those people know back then the appropriate gender term?
That ants have genders or sexes?
Used for those, yeah. How did they know those are female ants, but the Bible refers to them as she ants? Well, I mean, there's only two. I'm sure, okay, they would say I'd be fine with there's only two genders for that purposes. So, hey, they had a 50-50 chance either way. And besides, other languages use gender a lot differently than English. So other languages gender everything. And yeah.
And I also know that we've been lovingly saying the Goat Herder's Guide to the Galaxy, but nonetheless, these people they weren't idiots. Like, that's not what we're saying. No. And so to sit here and
they're not. They were ancient man. It's not that they couldn't figure anything out. They didn't
know anything. Like, oh wow, they knew male and female ants.
Maybe they put two and two together. They noticed, hey, there's male and female humans. Hey, look, male and female animals. They have parts that kind of look sort of like our parts. And when they put those together, they make baby animals.
But
if they do that in front of sticks of a certain thing, that'll affect the genetics. No.
That's not a miracle. Like, I want to know what the miracle is. The miracle is that they knew ants had genders. That is just wisdom or knowledge that they knew beforehand or learned by studying ants. I don't understand. Thank you, God. You could quantum mechanics over here.
Yeah.
Ants have PPs and not PPs over here.
Yeah, but even if there's only two options and you happen to guess right, that's not a miracle. That's going to happen about half the time. And
don't most animals have genders?
I don't know. Well, it was like a certain type of ant, like a certain that were all of one gender. I don't know. I don't remember the exact verse.
I'm sure there's
I am not going to go digging through little peepees videos to find it.
Some mental gymnastics to get us there somewhere.
But it's far from miraculous or, far from anything that would make you think that this book is written by a deity with supernatural wisdom or knowledge.
It is not a man cutting the moon in half, and it is not a man coming back from the dead, that's for sure.
Nope. It's not a worldwide flood either.
Not a worldwide flood, exactly.
Sorry, folks.
And all right, we are moving on to our genocide.
But it never happened, so it's okay. It's okay.
No, he's not a genocidal maniac because he's all loving.
Yeah.
And all right, final chapter of the night, and then we'll do some open mic.
Only hilarity.
Only hilarity.
That's it. Nothing else.
Woohoo! That's right. You can definitely tell what gender the whales are because of those 15-foot whale. And all right, moving right along. Zanting love. And 2 silver trumpets. Gotta laugh while we're reading the Bible, and that's the only category.
Are they just silver-plated trumpets, or are they really solid silver trumpets?
They're probably sprayed. Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. And the Lord Bob spat onto Charlton Heston all over his face, saying, make thy 2 trumpets of silver. I don't know if I'm Australian or English. Of a whole piece shalt thou make them.
So it has to be milled silver, not stamped silver.
Stamped silver.
Yeah.
Thou shalt make them.
Piece.
Milled from one. That thou mayest use them for the calling of the assembly. Avengers. And for all... Excuse me. Oh my God. S60. I normally good at muting myself. Excuse me. Double times too. Take the journey, ladies and gentlemen, of the camps. Hopefully, they are not camps where you have to concentrate really hard. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Another South Park reference. We just can't help ourselves. And when... Oh, man. And when they shall blow with them... Let's try that one more time. And when they shall blow them... All the assembly shall Avengers assemble.
I'm sure they will be assembled, lined up one after the other, Amy.
Oh, baby.
Make a single file line.
Single file. Ooh. Everybody gets a turn. Shall Avengers assemble themselves to thee at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. Oh, okay. Yeah, we are getting a glory hole. This is good. And if they blow, that's what the words say, folks. And if they blow, but with one trumpet, then the princes...
If they blow butt?
If they blow butt. That's literally what it says.
Okay. All right. Praise God. Continue.
Praise God. Then the princes, which are the princesses, which are heads of 1,000 of Israel Shmishmael, shall gather themselves onto thee. Oh, they're going to play a game.
They will.
Playing Twister. And when ye blow in alarm, then the camps that lie on your back on the east parts shall go forward.
Fucking alarm off.
Once again, another weird part that when I was reading before. You could not get closer to a real-time strategy than the next few passages. God is like, all right, soldiers go here, and then the other soldiers go here, and then we're going to flank them from over here. All right.
Moses is hoping, hopefully I don't have to do that bullshit where I hold my hands up for us to win this time.
Yes, if you don't know, another Fedora moment. We're not just making that up. There was a section of the Bible where God needed Moses and his followers to go out into war, but he promised Moses that as long as he kept his hand high, that he would win, but if his hand fell,
hands up, Moses, hands up,
that he would lose and they would begin to get beat in the face. So he had to keep his hand up. And then he proved it, like he went into war and he was like, and
then they had people helping him hold his hands up. See, God is like, so hey, we all know it's really uncomfortable to hold your hands up for a long time. So Moses, that's what I need you to do. I need you to be really uncomfortable in that position. Hold your hands up so that you guys can win the battle. If you start to lower your hands, you'll start to get your ass kicked and more of your people will die. So keep those hands up. It's uncomfortable, but it's what I need.
And once again, it just seems it just seems like kind of a weird thing for a deity.
I mean, maybe if God could next time can have him stand on one leg and jump while turning around. As long as he keeps doing that, they'll win.
It just seems like another reason for why these things aren't in Sunday school, why they aren't in synagogue, because they're very silly. Like, if you taught this to kids, they'd be like, Really? Hands up and down. He won. He lost. Sup, deconverted man. Woohoo!
Yeah. Like with the, okay, hands up, boys, hands down. That'd be the Catholic version. That'd be.
Yeah, let's just keep the hands off the kids with the Catholics.
Yeah, that would be the Catholic Sunday school.
What number were we on? This is our last chapter, ladies and gentlemen. Numbers chapter 10 for the night.
I think we are on number 8.
On number 8? Oh, we've been moving.
You did the alarm, yeah.
Sound an alarm. Gather together. They shall blow an alarm, but when the congregation is to be gathered together, when we're all here, ye shall blow, but ye shall not sound an alarm. Wee wee wee. All right. And the sons of Aaron Ra, ones that are left, the priest class, the ones that are healers, shall blow with the trumpets, and they shall be to you for an ordinance forever throughout your generations. Forever, 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 ever, forever, ever. And if ye go to war, which seems to be a common thing with
Prince of Peace.
God, the Prince of Peace, in your land against the enemy that oppresseth you, then ye shall.
They were there first, and you're moving in, so you're kind of more the oppressor. But you got God on your side, so they're oppressing you. Go ahead.
You got the big G-man himself, and we are talking
Forget it. Keep blowing the trumpet, Mark.
Ye shall blow in alarm with the trumpets.
Harder.
Harder. And ye shall be remembered before the Lord your goddess. And ye shall be saved from your enemies. Oh, how nice of you. If you go to war, blow an alarm with the trumpets, I will hear and save you from your enemies. I mean, this is a claim. This is a physical claim. Lots of these are physical claims.
You gotta blow the alarm, otherwise I'll know that they're coming, but unless you blow that alarm, I can't save you. I'm sorry.
I guess so. All makes sense. All making sense. Also, in the day of your buying gladness bags, and in your solemn days, happy and sad, in the beginning of your months, ye shall blow everyone you come across with the trumpets over your burnt offerings. Wow, more offerings. Fantastic. And over the sacrifices of your peace offerings. So many offerings. Also, if you have to call it a peace offering, reminds me of Peacemaker from the Suicide Squad. But
Reese's Pieces.
Sure, why not? Reese's Pieces. That they may be to you for a memorial before your goddess. And if you haven't forgotten, I am the Lord, your God. I am the Lord Bob, your goddess. If you hadn't forgotten. Woo friggin' who. And all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on.
Let's go
to the last section of the night. If you thought the cloud just had one section, the iCloud is back. That's right. Version 2 upgraded and better before. But that means we got to laugh, ladies and gentlemen. We got to have laughs.
As we do. We do.
As we do. And, I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I didn't even think it was possible. And I'm pretty sure this is our first time doing this section.
Doing what?
Well, I mean, it's saying that there's a contradiction in the Bible. But that can't be true.
Where?
A contradiction.
Show me the verse.
I know.
Show me the Carfax.
Exactly. Show me the report. We're going to have to be proven. And right.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ken Hovind himself has said there is no contradiction in that book. He's read it all and double-checked, so trust him.
Oh, no. Can't have. No. I mean, it's inspired by God, James. Did you check out Airline Amy yet? Maybe. Oh, no, but I will.
Add it to the bucket list.
Papa. And all right. I'm going to read. This is our last section of the night. And then we're going to be opening it up to the open mic. And I'll send the link in chat as we get closer to the end of the section. But sending love out there. And all right, the cloud of the Lord, Numbers chapter 10.
Do it. So we're almost through, folks.
And it came to pass like a stone. Oh, God, at least you used a laser. You got it out of me. On the 12th day, had lots of ibuprofen, though. It was okay. On the 12th day of the second month, very specifically, Jesus H. Christ, but like Mark said, no spoilers. In the second year, the cloud was taken up from off of the tabernacle of the testimony, the tabernacle of testimony, totally not an RPG name. And the children of Ishmael Shmishmael took their journeys, cassette tapes, out of the wilderness of Sinai in RuneScape, and the iCloud rested in the wilderness of RuneScape of Paranara bread. And they first took their journey according to the commandment of the Lord Bob by the hand of Charlton Heston. In the first place, went the standard of the camp. Always good when we get camps. Always good. Of the children of the hit single Judah.
Hey, Judah.
Hey, Judah. According to the armies. Always a good thing you want to hear. And over his hosts with Nashon, the son of Anabdib.
Hey, maybe we should do another census of the army. I'm just saying, it's been like a day since we did that. Maybe we should count all the troops again.
Gotta count. Gotta get all of them in good even numbers.
Yeah. You can never get too many censuses in the book of Numbers.
Never too many censuses. And they first took their journey cassette tape according to the commandment of the Lord Bob. And then they held hands, as I squeak, with Charlton Heston. In the first place, not in the second or third place, went the standard of the camp of the children of our hit song Judah, according to their armies and over his host with Nashville. Well, his host Nashville, the son of Anamdib, and over the host of
him.
Of course. And over the host of the tribe of the children of the Izkar, what I named my variables, was Nathaniel, the son of Zuzubin. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Zebulun was Elib, the son of Helon.
Musk?
Yes, of Helon Musk. Also, sending love, sup Ian. That's right. Not only are we on YouTube, not only are we on Twitch, but we are triple threat streaming, baby. We are on Facebook, sending love out there. Woohoo! It's taking the internet by storm. We are journeying with God, with our God Bob. And the tribes of the children of Zebulun was Elijah Wood with the son of Helon Musk. And the tabernacle was taken down. Aww.
Don't worry, we'll rebuild it tomorrow.
Oh, okay. That's fine. And the sons of Goku and the sons of Mermaid set forward bearing the tabernacle. And the standard of the camp of Dave Rubin set forward according to their armies, the little green men that we play with. And over his host was Elzar the Great, the son of Shredder.
Elzar!
Not Shredder. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Simon says was Schlemmeldengel Ding Dong, the son of Zorashidi. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Gadsad, once again, such biblical wisdom, was Elzabah, the son of Dula. In fact, when I go through a tough time, when
you think about
I am in my darkness and I open my Bible and I think to myself, and over the host of the tribe of children of Gad was Elvav, the son of Dul, and James, I just know that I'm going to be okay. I just know.
You do? Well,
I do. It's a verse I memorized early in childhood. Very heartwarming.
Because, Amy, God loves you. He's not going to let anything bad happen to you, Amy. He loves you.
Exactly. He would never burn us to death. Well, at least right now, he would just kill us. So
never right now.
No how. Exactly.
He doesn't burn you to death, Amy. He'll never let you die. He will never let go of you. I'll never let you go, Amy.
And all right. And
your worm will never die, Amy.
Oh my. As I poked myself in the eye. And the Kohathites set forward, bearing the sanctuary.
Forward.
And other did set up the tabernacle until they came.
Yes, Gadsad was in the Bible. He converted man. Exactly. He absolutely was. Yeah.
Yep.
He's
amazing.
In there. Yeah.
I had no idea Aaron Ra was a priest until reading the Bible. So
the things you learn. The things you learn. That's what the Westboro Baptist Church used to say. You need to take that Bible. I mean, you know what you need to do? Crack it open.
Where's Grandpa?
Crack it open.
And as the converted man says, the real God will never give you up or let you down or turn around without you. All right.
He's never
moving.
Never going to give you up.
Never going to give you up, baby.
Rick Astley is actually much better than God. He's actually a cool guy. And
cool guy.
God sounds like a dick.
No, anybody that wears the cool trench coat I guess, school shooting. I mean, that guy is cool. And all right, moving right along as we're in Numbers chapter 10.
Coming right along.
And let me tell you, this chapter lives up to its name. If you thought counting dukes was exciting, man, it could be. Rick Astley could be the real. I believe it more than Yahweh.
Except it's Rick Astley, Astley.
That's right.
Close. He's British, bro. Yeah, Rick Astley.
Bible crack.
And yes, it is absolutely. It caused a lot of problems in the 80s. They had to move in with the inner city problems and whatnot. Yeah, terrible.
And all right,
that Bible crack.
Bible crack, baby. Over the host of the tribe children, where we're reading along. Did I skip? I think. And over. No, I did read that. No, I didn't. And over the host of the tribe of the children. Once again, it's such filled with wisdom. It's hard to. You don't want to miss a beat. And the children of this cost 20 mana points was Gamala, the son of Smoky Saint. And over the host, the tribe, the children of Benjamin, was Abdomen, the son of Gideon.
Oh, that's right. We've gone into full exposition mode.
All right.
Drop your cups and grab your socks. Yep. Mm-hmm. Just naming things.
And the standard of the camp of the children of our main man. Dan! Oh, this chapter just got so much better.
Dan just came out and gave you a big hug, Amy. Said it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay.
It's going to be okay. Set forward, which the rewarded if you have 500 points of all the camps where you get to concentrate throughout their hosts. And over the host was Algazam, the son of Amashidadada.
Alakazam.
And over the host of the tribe of the children of Ashkatchum was Pidgey. That's the Pokemon that he has. The son of Ocarina of Time. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Nafatifi was Ara, the son of Een.
Een, yeah. Oh, Een.
Oh,
cool
Een.
guy. Cool guy.
It's our true Lord and Savior right there.
Dan. Oh.
In our hearts. That's where Rick Ashley is. In our hearts.
He's in our heart. He's in our soul.
Sup, Jamie? Woo-hoo.
Hey, Jamie.
And Moses, did I read armies? Oh, wait, hold on. And thus were the journeying CDs of the children of Israel Shmishmael according to their armies, which they set forward, because they kind of do that. And Charlton
Not sorry.
said unto Hobab, the son of Rigel, the son of Rigel, the midnight.
That star next to Beetlejuice.
See, I was thinking the guy from that cartoon. He has like the orange hair, strapping. He had the I forget. They were safari people. Moses's father-in-law. Son of Rigel, the Midianites. Charlton Heston's father-in-law. The father-in-law got family trouble. We are listening to the Journey CD onto the place of which the Lord Bob said. Thornberry.
I'm having flashbacks where Moses' wife had to circumcise his son and threw the schmizzle at Moses. She wasn't too happy about that.
Schmizzle drizzle.
Yeah. Said, you are a bloody husband to me after she just cut part of her son's penis off.
Just makes sense. I will give it to you, baby. Come thou with us, and we will do thee good. Oh, baby, will we do thee good. For the Lord Bob hath spoken good concerning Israel Shmishmael. I'm sorry, what? Moses said to Hobab, the son of Rago, the Midianite Moses' father-in-law, we are going to the place that God promised to give us. Oh, I've heard that before. Come with us. We'll treat you well. And he said unto them, can I not? But I will depart to mine own land and to my own kindred. I kind of want to go home, but okay. And he said, leave us not, I pray thee, for as much as thou knowest how we're out here camping in the wilderness. It's kind of hard.
Having a family day. Come on.
No, come on. We were all going to make marshmallows, and thou mayest be to us instead of eyes. I'm sorry, what? Moses said, please go with us. You know where we could camp and can be our eyes. Okay. And it shall be if thou go with us. Oh, here's the carrot. Yeah. Like how it's yeah. Like it even keeps off the H. Yeah. Yeah. And it shall be if thou go with us. Yeah. It shall be that with goodness and freshness and 20% more butter, the Lord Bob shall do unto us. The same will we do unto thee.
I can't believe it's not butter.
Can't believe it's not butter. Can't believe it's not Yahweh. If you go with us, whatever God gives to us, we will share it with you. How nice of you. It's a trap. It's a trap. I'm also a trap, but it's a trap.
Yeah. That's projection. You're projecting, Amy.
Projecting. And speaking of projecting, I am going to Send that link into chat as we come to the end of our Bible study. It has been fun. We've been eye-clouding all over the place. So if you would like to tell us about all the wisdom that you learned, or you'd like to tell us where we got it wrong, you silly atheist, James, you're just reading it literally. Now is your time to show us atheist up, our skeptics.
Put up or shut up.
Put up or shut up.
I see a couple Christians out there who might take us up on that offer.
Ooh. What do you think, James? It's been so much wisdom. Have you been enjoying the cloud?
I mean, any more wisdom, it would be like a black hole of wisdom. Like it would suck all the rest of the wisdom in, and we'd have none left. And we could all, be Christians after that.
I know, wouldn't it be? The funny thing is, in all those scenarios where all the religions take over, I can just imagine schisms instantly. Like, there really is no winning here for it. To your friend Sam. Oh, yeah. She hit up pretty well with Leo. I should bring... I think Sam, she was going through a little bit of a tough time, but now I think she's in a better headspace. Should probably start to bring her back on. She's great, though. No reason. I think she just got busy.
Our schedules don't always align right, too.
Yeah, we're very late night. Though we should be doing some... We always say this, but we want to do more daytime content.
If we go in tomorrow, it may be earlier than usual, so... If we go tomorrow.
And all right, link is into chat if you'd like to join our Skeptic Bible Study. The only
Absolutely, DM.
Oh, and I gotta do it to the others. The only thing we ask is that you please keep your mic muted when you're not talking, but we will give you a 5-minute intro. Cloud storage. Bible predicted the internet. Checkmate, atheists. I know.
It is pretty
right.
Pretty hard to deal with that one. I must admit, we are. Yeah, we're on the corner on that one.
On the corner, and it's pinned, and we're gonna read this last 3 or 4 paragraphs here, and then we're going to open up to the open mic. We've been having fun.
We've also already got a few reprobates back there.
We've read Numbers chapter 8, 9, and 10 tonight, so we are moving along, though they were more brisk chapters, and I see... And before I say that, I see someone went good night, saying good night to them.
Deconverted
man sends in love to you and all of our viewers. But we, as James was about to say, we got Mark, we got Peter, we got the Freak, we got a whole bunch of fun. But we are moving to the end. I know. My favorite thing is when you used to call it a unicorn or something like that, and they get very a unicorn.
It's not a unicorn.
It is not. It's a burqa. It's like, okay, is it a other animal with a human head on it? Because if so, and does it fly? Sounds like
it's even more unbelievable than a unicorn.
Yeah. And all right, so Numbers chapter 10. Let's land the plane for the chapters. And they departed. It was a good movie. From the mount, whatever position you got to do, buddy. Of the Lord, Bob. 3 days did they listen to the Journey cassette tape. and the Ark of the Covenant. They found it. Ladies and gentlemen, we found it. Of the Lord Bob.
With Harrison Ford.
With Harrison Ford. I'm taking out the Nazis. Okay. And of the Lord Bob went before them in the 3 days of the journey cassette tape to search out a resting place for them. Let's take a place to snooze. And the iCloud of the Lord was upon them. Wow, it's right above us. By day, when they went out of the camp. It's like it has a mind. And it came to pass when the ark set forward, a different ark, number 2, that Moses, our main man Charlton Heston, said, "Rise up, but not your bread. If that bread rises, I will bop you over the head." Yeah, not the bread. But rise up, Lord, and let thine enemies be scattered. Scatter. Let them hate thee. Flee before thee. Once again,
baby.
The good guy God. And when it rested, okay, he said, "Return, O Lord Bob, unto the many thousands of Israel." Shmishmael.
Many thousands. Many. How many thousands, Amy?
We're talking many thousands.
So many thousands. It's huge. Ooh. A lot of thousands.
And oh my, we went through 3 great chapters, but let us do it. Our bodies are ready before we go into the mic. Holy moly. Oh my goddess, James. What do you think?
Would you like to lead us in prayer, Amy?
I'm feeling something down there. I think it's working.
Amen.
Ramen. I really don't understand why so many of these chapters exist in the Bible, but we stored some good cloud storage today.
Fountain, an endless fountain of content for us. Thank you, God.
Thank you, God. And these can't be edited. They can't be removed. It has to be in there for the narrative, for the blah.
It's all
blah,
true.
Blah. It's all true. Okay. I mean, I just wish that people didn't believe this was the inspired word of God. I mean, if you want to say that this was a book that the smartest people of the time put together, and it was our first attempt at science and a bunch of other
took a swing at it.
Sure. But the notion that this, not even that it's science, the notion that this is a historical text.
No.
It's not. It's not. I don't think I could have made that claim before we started doing this Bible study. I feel very secure in being able to make the claim that this is not a history text.
No. It's myth. It's lore.
There's history in it. There are events. There are places.
Once in a while.
People. But the vast majority seems
never happened. Yeah, never
happened.
Totally, it's stories, people.
And on that moat, ladies and gentlemen, as we build a moat, on that note, it's actually been, we're about to roll into hour 3. It's been a fun Bible bubble study. We're going to go into open mic for about an hour or so.
Is your Bible ready?
Oh, my Bible's ready. Ladies and gentlemen, time to roll into that open mic. Woohoo! All right, Mark. We have been having fun. We have been reading 3 chapters, as I squeak again, of the Bible. How are you, and what are your thoughts about all this wisdom?
I always knew you were a squeaker, Amy. I always knew it. Now it's confirmed. I'm doing fantastic. I'm having a blast today. Thank you so much for inviting me, and thanks to everybody, especially our wonderful audience, all the other guests who I'm sure will come on and give their opinion. These verses, look, some of them are just. To be honest with you, it's kind of this really weird story, and the most accurate description I would have is a bit wacky kind of thing. You have stuff like Moses pleading with his father-in-law to stay so they know where to camp in the wilderness. It's like, what kind of prophet are you that you don't know where to camp in the wilderness and you need your father-in-law? Right. And it's just like, before he knew where to camp and then suddenly it's just such a wacky story. And this whole idea of, one of the things that is that if you don't do the Passover and you're clean or whatever, or if you don't do these certain things, you're going to be thrown out of the tribe into the fucking desert wilderness, is just like, it's just such a huge punishment for really nothing at all. Like, what does it really matter? And you're basically prescribing, almost death for that. Because if you throw somebody out by themselves into the middle of the desert, they're probably going to die, right?
Absolutely.
It just seems like a bit of an extreme reaction to somebody not celebrating a national holiday. Like if you don't have a celebration on July the 4th, then you're going to be deported from the country. Like, it's just such a weird thing to do. I had a lot of fun reading through this one with you. It's a bit of an odd one, but can we just all agree that this proves that the tabernacle was actually a hot box? Can we just agree on that? The clouds over the tabernacle. We all know what that means. They were hotboxing. We know it, right?
Makes more sense, yeah.
Well. Yeah. But yeah, thank you so much for having me on. And I'm going to vent a bit. I'm pissed off. I just came from Craze's channel where I had Oh yeah, like I got on there, and I only went there because it came up in my suggested things, which I don't know how Praise managed to navigate the algorithm to my page, but sure, I don't mind talking with him and Gavin. I usually find them reasonably reasonable where all things is considered. But I mean, Tangelo's in there just giving the most weird ass stuff about abiogenesis and comparing that to evolution. It's just, and I go on, he runs out immediately. That's fine, whatever. But I left about the time when one of the people that did come on after me is basically unironically calling me a beta, and just name calling and talking over the top. And it's just, it's just so much effort to have a civil conversation with those people. Like, it's just so hard to be honest and open and upfront and just have a reasonable discussion. And so, screw it. That's my vent. I'm done. Yep. So yeah, I came here because the company is so much better, and even when we disagree, I find that things here are usually a lot more civil, and that's why I love this channel. It's just very, very reasonable with one another. It's great. So like and subscribe.
Woo-hoo. Thank you so very much, Mark.
I'll just shove the plug on the end there. Like,
we won't burn you forever if you disagree with us.
Okay, well, I mean, as long as you don't call me a beta, I'm pretty good.
No,
I'm pretty good.
I won't.
Can I tell you?
Maybe the freak will.
That's true. That's true.
Thinking about this, and I'm not the first comedian to think about this. I don't know. The more that you press towards that stuff, the better example is with guys who use gay, or just they're very self-conscious or stuff like that. A lot of the things that they will make fun of other men for are the exact things that women go, oh, hey, he's kind of really secure with himself. The funniest example I have, is there is a channel, just a random channel of a guy who works at like a convenience store, and he just has all sorts of strange encounters. And he has this ongoing thing where he continually tries to give men the pink lighter, and like he has like a dozen videos of men freaking out with the pink lighter, and like all of the comments are just like, this man is such an insecure da 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 da. And there's a single video of like a man getting the pink lighter and just being like, that's fucking right, I love the pink lighter, no one takes the pink lighter. And all of the comments are just like, that's a real man right there, that's a man's man. And it's just so freaking funny that when you're actually secure with your sexuality, you are able to let's just say it seems more attractive to the opposite sex. And when you're very insecure and you're calling people,
I tell you what a real man I am. I'm a manly man.
I've noticed the same thing, right? You go with your wife underwear or lingerie shopping, right? And basically there's a whole bunch of men just sitting over the side and, well, they're just sitting and they're not like, they're too embarrassed to actually go in and look at these perfectly. Like, what's the big fucking deal, right? Like, it's just clothes, relax. It doesn't, it's really weird. Right,
yeah,
right.
We know you're not looking for something for yourself, but if you were, who cares? But
if you were, what's wrong with that?
Yeah,
how dare you, James?
Well, the other example,
who cares?
The other example is guys may make fun of other guys if they go and they get like a pedicure, a manicure, or whatever. But once again, that is a great way for a woman to say, hey, girls notice that stuff, as I squeak for the third time.
You can squeak anytime, baby. Anytime.
Baby.
Squeak away.
And all right, I forget what I wanted to put. Oh, I know what I wanted to put myself on first screen. Talking about praise and gown. I want to go over to, I find the whole notion of, I call it trolling for Jesus. That does seem to be a hot style. And I'm not saying on anyone's channel, because on just a lot of different Christian channels that I go on. But I do want to go on Praises and Gavin's channel, and I'm going to ask the Freak in a second. We are looking for debaters and interlocutors. So if you would like to join us on Debate Me Brah, Pat, who is backstage, and Jason, the dynamic duo themselves, are looking for two interlocutors to go head-to-head on, was there a global flood? So I think James and I, we're just going to have to go on their channel and just be like, yo, do you want to come on here? But if anyone, theist or otherwise, sees this message, come, that's what he said, on the channel, and we can set that up.
Maybe get woke.
Well, I know that Praise does debate, so maybe we can do like a student exchange program or something, And
I'm all good for, you want to dual stream, triple stream, as many threesomes and foursomes as you want to get in order. And all right, with that plug down the line, we're going to keep on moving. We got Peter, DeFreak, and Pat. Peter, we are midnight ranting. Oh, baby, I try to.
I just wanted. Amy mentioned Loki earlier, and I thought it would be nice if Loki would join me on the show. I mean, that's all that is.
I am Thor, Supreme Commander of the Asgard Fleet. Your presence here is a violation of the Protected Planets Treaty, and you must withdraw immediately.
Okay, I'll go. Just tell Loki that she should go on Amy's show. Yeah. Always.
Withdraw, Amy.
I would totally fangirl out if Loki came on the show, but it'd be okay.
Hello.
Tom Hiddleston.
Hi. How is everyone?
Hey, Peter.
It's been a while. I'm glad, Amy, that you're doing daylight shows now. I mean, it's 9:45 here, so.
Oh, see, there you go.
Yeah, that's actually not bad. Yeah, so I've been listening, going out camping, and then with your father-in-law. I mean, why not just bring your girlfriend? I mean, it's a lot more fun. and never mind what you're looking for. You'll have more fun camping. Just what I'm saying.
Guys' day out, like the weekend.
Yeah, and so we did have a nice thing last Sunday because someone on Arn Ross channel asked whether or not Arn was going to do the Bible when he has finished the Quran, and Arn said that he wasn't going to do that. So Mubarak suggested that everyone just hop on over here because that's already a thing. I mean, Bible studies here have been going on for quite a while. And so we post the link to your channel in the chat and hoping that we can get some people over here.
Thank you so very much. Peter.
Yeah, I mean, we had the possibility, and so Arn said, go over to Amy's channel so I don't have to do it. Let her do it. Yeah.
Thank you, Arn. So, and Mubarak.
And otherwise it's been extremely busy. As you can see, I'm still in the spaceship thingy, and it's all kind of busy here. We got he's lost. He's in the wrong series. He doesn't know it yet.
He's trying to escape his Disney over.
He's on.
That's gonna make some people so mad.
I mean, it's everything is going on here. I've been so incredibly busy that 9 out of 10 times. Yeah, I don't even know what the hell I'm doing.
Unscheduled off-world activation.
Oh shit! Now we got that again. Okay, so I better duck before.
Now they're going to bring John Maddox to
I get blasted.
LPP to the ship.
I need to duck before, because if the
Are they coming for you? Oh, okay. Here we go.
No, please don't be John Maddox.
That's who's coming.
Hostile incursion, if ever I've seen one.
I'm hoping it's not God himself saying.
Oh
no, I'd rather not. But so happy to be here, and let's move on to our guest. We got
it's so good to see you, Peter.
Sounds good, and I just want to send a shout out. Have to give it right back to Aaron.
Yeah, wait, one more shout out. I want to do a shout out. Our good friend Jason Thorne did a debate with Otangelo, and it went as expected. Ended in a rage quit. On Jason's channel.
On Jason's channel, wow.
Yeah, I put the link into the private chat here. If people are interested, I'll later put the link in the public chat as well. I think Jason did a stellar job just by being as patient as he was.
Jason rage quit.
No. Otangelo rage quit.
Yeah.
His dishonesty got pointed out, and that is when he usually dips out. So, but
what was the debate about?
It was about the existence of God, and then obviously it went to abiogenesis, and obviously it went to Jason having to provide scientific papers for abiogenesis, whereas Otangelo doesn't have to provide scientific papers for God creating everything, which seems to me like a double standard. But I could be wrong.
God moved everything out of nothing. There you go. That's all you need.
Yeah.
God say poof. It happened. But Jason did a great job, and considering that was his first time going live and his first time doing something on his own channel, I think he did great, and everyone should hop over, watch, and he's around 20 subscribers, so he needs more subscribers.
Let's get him to 100.
Exactly.
Subscribe, definitely.
Okay. Let's get the other people in.
Thank you. Let's get our theist, Da Freak. We're having fun.
I just added our subscription, Amy.
Really? Oh, just added to the subscription or his subscription?
To the Amy Newman comedy channel. I just subbed to it.
Oh. Woo-hoo. How are you doing? We are Bible studying. Good. I hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts about anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well,
I really didn't get a good connection, so I didn't really get in any of the chapters, but I just want to praise God. I really want to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for freeing us, literally freeing us from the burden of following the law. You know, because of his sacrifice and everything that he did, we can worship God in spirit and in truth, and we don't have to be bound by how you cut the animal up, how you slice it, how you burn it, how you have to put it on the altar, how you have to all that. And that's the only reason why I wanted to come on here. And kind of like the other two gentlemen before me, it's just a love fest so far, I guess. So you have a great show. Thank you. And of course, I just want to glorify God and thank Him. Thank you.
Thank you, DeFreak. We'll glorify
Thank you so much. And
It's
I'm
so good to see you,
right
DeFreak. I've never talked to DeFreak before, except in the chat. It's really good to actually speak, voice to voice to you. It's really good to see you, I guess.
So good.
Well, thank you so very much, DeFreak. It's good to have you on, just like Mark said. And we're moving right down the line, and then we're going into open conversation. Pat, our very own Pat, who just got his his second Talk Skeptic to be done. I hope you having a good time tonight. And what are your thoughts?
Hey, Pat. Welcome to the show.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me. I actually find these sections really interesting. I don't, as an atheist, like, well, why do you even care? But no, this is for those of us that study, ancient cultures, this is a really important section. Talks about, again, we're talking about ethnogenesis. We're seeing religious pictures that we can start looking at, drawing comparisons with. The whole concept of touching a body in the ancient world, making someone unfit to offer divine sacrifice. Again, numerous parallels with other cultures, particularly coming out of the Bronze Age into the Iron Age. Greeks had similar taboos. Egyptians had similar taboos. Priests that dealt with bodies in the Egyptian cult system were segregated from those that offered sacrifices in many cases. In the Greek system, you couldn't touch a dead body, then even go into a temple complex because you were considered to, be tainted, carrying impurities with you. So the story tonight where, priests were unable to give a sacrifice because they had been in contact with a dead body, it just shows that the parallels and traditions of the ancient Mediterranean and adjacent regions, did cross over. There were a lot of places of similarity. The differences need to be noted. But no, it's absolutely fantastic. And as far as throwing people out of town, again, Mark, I know he was decrying this practice, but actually we find this being, again, another point of comparison to other ancient cultures. The thought of a single act of defiance by an individual bringing retaliation upon the group was very common among ancient cultures, Greek, Roman, Celtic, Canaanite, Anatolian. These are important because, remember, worship's communal. And for that reason, those that are doing acts or undertaking activities that the gods or God would find objectionable are worthy to be thrown out, because it's not the single person that suffers for their act, it's the community as a whole. And for that reason, I actually find these sections a lot more interesting than other sections of the Torah. So again, I'll step off and have a time to let everybody else answer.
Well, thank you, Pat. Yeah, it is interesting in that you get to see how it compares with other cultures and how they dealt with the same types of things.
And so with that, we are going to move into our open discussion. We have read Numbers chapters 8, 9, and 10 tonight. As Pat said, they're interesting in that, to me, I'm so fascinated by how much God wanted to micromanage. Like, this is hands-off stuff. We all think of this nebulous guy. He's like, troops go eastward, then they go westward, then they go south. It's like, Is this a real-time strategy game? I've never seen him be so hands-on.
To be fair, Amy, God didn't have GPS, so he's struggling when it comes to that.
He had the cloud, but not GPS.
Yeah. Well, it didn't help that he thought that the Earth was flat either. So.
No, ground positioning service, like Nathan Thompson said.
Yes, maybe that's what threw everything off. But
Sup, Randolph.
Hey, Randolph.
Well, the weird thing is, if he had a direct line to Moses, why does he need the cloud? Like, why not just tell Moses where to go directly? It seems very, very, like I said, wacky, the way that he sort of can communicate sometimes and then can't at other times. Did his radio break? What happened there?
I can answer that.
Why would you need a cloud if you don't bring your iPhone?
I was gonna say you can answer that. He needed more storage.
What do you think?
Oh, yes, of course.
Use of cloud for navigation. Do you see that a lot in the other cultures? Is that a common thing?
I think that's for you, Pat.
Oh, yeah. Well, that doesn't help, does it? Yeah. So, whether or not, again, if El is, one of either an aspect of or the concept of Elohim is going from El, we're talking about divinities of air, right? So that God appearing as a cloud as a miraculous sign leading the former Canaanites, now Hebrews, around, it's not that big of a stretch. And to give a sign, that's miraculous, again, a cloud moving across the sky is not that miraculous. It is something that ancient peoples believed that, birds and the stars and even the movement of the clouds can be interpreted as forms of divination. So for me, again, this is really important. Why a cloud? Because, the God of the Old Testament is associated with earlier Canaanite Mesopotamian religion. One of the chief deities of those those religions, those pantheons, being El, and various incarnations of El.
Yeah.
That is, here we are with a sky deity appearing as a cloud, and whether or not it's, it can be all of them. That's the one thing people, when we look at the Bible as literature, we don't have to say it has to be this. Now, if you're a literist, I just can't really talk to you about much of this because you don't understand Bible as a literary device that reflecting on ancient culture and tradition. But if you're even a modern Christian willing to go, well, let's deal with the cloud. Well, the cloud can be an actual manifestation of God. Well, okay, that's great. But what is it as a cultural icon? Well, cloud being associated with the divinity of air, being a sign, possible divination. They're not mutually exclusive, and it's matters of interpretation. And that's what's important about a literary text within a cultural context, is as long as the people that are ascribing to the belief system can associate that belief system with themselves, they become the center objects as far as what the tradition is talking about, and they're personalizing it. Individual interpretation at various time periods by different groups of people of this group as time moves on is really important, and that's why it's a very powerful literary device. And it's not a history, but it is in a way an ethnography, where how did we become a people, what's our relationship in the world, and how do we come to rule eventually a kingdom in Palestine, ancient Cana. This is all really important, and that's why this is in many ways no different than the Greek and other related texts that are contemporaneous with it.
And it's because they had no way. It's not like we're expecting them to make an accurate map of the past 200,000 years that humankind. It's basically they came to the elders, the storyteller, because that's what the prophets used to be, and said, "How did we get here?" And stories transferred through oral tradition were how they were able to communicate their past. They created their history, and it's not supposed to be, wasn't supposed to be a literal history. That the thing that kills me the most is the transition. Heyo, killed it. Is that when it's oral tradition, you can change it all the gosh darn time. You can change it from one. If it didn't work in this crowd, you can change it over here. The moment it gets set, I guess, literally in stone, you get the fundamentalists that go, no, 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 no. It says it right there.
Exactly. Has it? Yeah, it says.
Well, the thing the cynic in me. Saying, I was just saying, like, that's why what Pat was saying with the divergence, whereas you look at one point in the past, where each community would have like their own variation on it because they weren't necessarily always in communication with each other. They would kind of be isolated, and then the story would develop and change a little bit. And then maybe for the first time in 30 or 40 years, you're having contact with somebody in another from 100 miles away, and then they're telling about the same story. It's got a few different variations, and they just said, well, I mean, it sounds sort of the same. There's a few differences, but probably shouldn't kill each other about it.
And even more interesting is the commentary on, not more interesting, but it's another interesting aspect of what this particular section talks about, is the requirement that Moses' father-in-law act as basically a cultural shield. Like, hey, can you go with me into this area? You know where we're going. You know those people. If you go with me, they won't attack me. That was very common in the ancient world. You're a potential enemy, but this other group, through familial relations, clannish people, these semi-nomadic societies, hey, my brother's your sister's aunt's brother, so can we not attack each other? Right? Yeah. And those kinship relationships, those kindreds, when he wants to go home and leave Moses on his own, Moses is like, no, because his point of contact within the surrounding region was his father-in-law, right? Moses marries, quote unquote, outside of his people, right? So those connections, those familial bonds that are extra Hebrew, right? Outside Hebrew the groups, that's the important bond to nurture, right? So you want the other clannish groups, the other people of the regions who you've married into those groups, to acknowledge these relations, to help support you both politically, militarily, and just your status within the region as far as a community that deserves respect. No different than alliances by modern standard.
Well, I think the cynic in me, in relation to like the way that the story was formed, I think the cynic in me would say, well, it's a lot better story for a displaced people, whatever the reason they were displaced, that you have God guiding you somewhere than you just randomly wandered somewhere and settled. Because if you've got God as an authority, it gives you a far more, a grandiose claim on that area if it's divinely given to you. And so, I mean, I can't say for sure, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on it, Pat. But the cynic in me says, hey, that might have been a reason why God guided it to them, to this place, rather than they just wandered around and found it.
Well, I've once heard it said, ancient Israel wasn't that great of a place, as far as
right.
If you're looking for the land of milk and honey, ancient Palestine ain't it. Again, if you take divine causation out of it, and that's where I start, I'm not going to interject that in. The story of the Exodus is actually very powerful because it shows a group being displaced. Now, were all Hebrews taken as slaves in Egypt? No, Egypt controlled the region, which is modern Palestine. It controlled it for several centuries during this period, particularly during the New Kingdom era. So 15th century to right up the Bronze Age collapse, mid 12th century, end of the 12th century. It's really important to understand that, like, being bounced around, though, you were only, if we go back to the, eventually it's going to come up with, before we talked about Joseph, right, going to Egypt and all that, and Abraham having to go to Egypt because they don't have any food. These are all important cultural projections of the fact that how do we explain as a people that we were subjects to the ancient Egyptians, right? And the Egyptians control the areas around, and that there's vassal kings and all of these things. Well, we've always been here, in Egypt, quote unquote, are the bad guys. Now,
Bronze Age propaganda.
Right, it is propaganda, but it's also ethnogenic propaganda, right? This is where we come from. This is who we're
the good guys. These guys are
we're the good guys. They're the bad guys.
Right.
But you have to have a story that's reasonably relatable and repeatable, right? That's how oral tradition works. To where, you know, if you actually explain, and you're trying to use dates, well, under king this and king that, this person did this, who made this treaty, that's all lost in time. And it just becomes, you know, again, Moses is a good guy, but if you really think about it, he marries outside of his cultural group purposely. You know, he commits murder. He's at one point, you know, but it kind of explains like, well, maybe Moses was one of these vassalar kings who was under under Egyptian control. This is just one possible hypothesis. It's not mine, by the way. That and the story of Moses is actually about a tributary king, a small minor guy in the land of Israel who breaks off and tries to form his own nation state for a while outside during the different periods where Egyptian control in the region wanes and, you know, ebbs and flows. In addition, Egyptians are having to fight off their northern neighbors, the Canaanites, the Hittites, and others that are going to move into the region and cause them a lot of grief. So the control of that region was always subject to foreign powers, you know, moving in and controlling it. And I think what we're really seeing is in, you know, particularly the Torah is a story about a group moving in to a region, associating with the regular folks, that's the Canaanites, being kicked around by politics and a whole lot of, you know, semi-nomadic people getting kicked around for a while, finally settling, taking enough land they can hold on to instead of being displaced by every regional conflict, having some fights with their neighbors, setting up a sedentary agrarian society. And this is the story they came up to explain it all. Yeah. Now, I can do this all day, but I can do the same thing with looking at, you know, Hesiod's Theogony. You know, you can, it's all about, the funny thing about these ethnogenic texts from the, you know, the early Iron Age, late Bronze Age, they're all about like, how do the gods do this and why do we have to honor the gods? But they mix history in, like, oh, this person sailed here and set up this city. Well, the city really exists, but it's all projection. It's heavy conflations of myth with a few historical realities, I guess is a good way to put it. But it's all conflated. It's just hard
sprinkled
to
in. Yeah,
it's sprinkled in. And just because it contains a few historical events that maybe suss out, you know, that does not mean it's true. I mean,
Egypt is real. Egypt does exist.
The Iliad talks about a place called Troy, and we know
Troy
now. Yeah, Troy exists, right? Doesn't mean the Iliad's true. You know, I mean, it's you know, one or two things work out, and you know, again, if you get 2 hits out of 500 shots, doesn't mean that you're 100% right on those 2. It means you're 2 for 500.
Yeah, and even though the walls of Troy were supposed to be, you know, massive and giant, and we did find evidence that it did have larger than normal walls, but that doesn't mean Poseidon collapsed them in a tidal wave or something, you know.
But how do you explain, if you're you know, Greek geometric period person, about the oral tradition you have of invading, you know, that region of Anatolia, and you know, it's in some of your artwork, it's depicted, it's oral tradition. It's a great Trojan War, right? And then it's eventually written down by Homer. The reason that it generates that way, and the reason we have this tradition, is because people want to explain in very simple terms, and how were the walls breached, right, at Troy, right? You don't know, so obviously the gods did it, or you know, a group of Greek mercenaries went inside a Trojan. You know, all these bizarre mythical allegories just means we won, and obviously the gods were on our side, and we don't know, so we're going to fill it in with supernatural causation, because that's easier than trying to explain. We have no effing idea how the walls of Troy were breached.
How the walls were breached,
And based on archaeology, it looks like the city was burnt to the ground. That's, you know, that's you know.
Yeah, but it sounds a lot better to me for the morale of your troops if you can say, hey, the gods are on our side, rather than, hey, some shit happens, you know. Like,
well, Xenophon, the historian, the Greek general Xenophon, who wrote histories, basically said it's okay to lie to troops in order to keep their morale up.
Hey, people still believe that today. I mean, what's changed?
Same thing with just generating history in general. If of course, everybody's history, like they're sure the gods are always on their side. They're the focus of their own history. And we see that in the Bible. It's like we're the chosen people. Our God is the real God, and everything kind of focuses around this obscure nation. But all the other nations around it basically were in similar circumstances or similar predicaments.
And while we talk about pantheons and everything, remember, in many cases, what happens is the gods of one pantheon or one region end up lining up against the gods of another region, right? So, Claudius in his, during his conquest of Britain or southern, again, we'll argue Britain versus Scotland and all that stuff in a little bit. I'm sure you guys won't argue that. But during that invasion, the rhetoric of the period, it's minted on coinage and all these things, is that the goddess of Britain, the goddess Britannia, right, was actually conquered by the gods of Rome. And she was subjugated. And then she's brought in the pantheon, right, as a conquered deity. And she's rejected as a popular goddess in Roman tradition. But Rome won because their gods were stronger than the gods of the native Britons. And so, again, it doesn't have to be always mutually exclusive, but that was one of the frameworks in the ancient world, was like, if we're victorious, our gods have given us the power to do it. Same thing. I always, again, we can joke about this a little bit, since DeFreak bolted out before I could jump on him about the law and whether or not.
Be nice to DeFreak. Be nice.
But I did.
It's a problem. Jesus paid for his sins, not for his Wi-Fi, apparently.
Well, but it is interesting that it took a long time for the God of Israel to figure stuff out, because the ancient Hebrews get kicked around for quite a while.
Right.
So it's like, being the chosen people ain't that good, because you're constantly getting your ass kicked, and it's constantly being I'll let her do it. So.
Occupied and transported.
Christianity has always been about, well, we're suffering now, but you just wait kind of thing. It's always been about that kick the can down the road for the best outcome. I mean,
well, you see in the Old Testament too.
Yep.
A little bit. Yeah. I mean, there's so many stories, like whatever bad is happening, we just have to be true to God. Look what happened to Joseph. He got sold into slavery, but God had a plan for him, and everything worked out good in the end. And
And Pat mentioned lying earlier. In more recent years, Luther also said that it is not a problem to lie if it's a good lie for God. Then God wouldn't have a problem with that.
Well, they do that on YouTube, on the Christian channels, pretty much all the time.
Yeah, apparently O'Tangelo doesn't like being called a liar. It makes him very, very upset. Which...
Peter might have to give him a spanking if he gets caught lying.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice. Something I did want to ask you, Pat, and I was really interested in this. We sort of saw the cleansing ritual through these passages, and sort of the ritual they have for cleansing these sins. And I wondered, how similar is that to other... Because I know the Egyptians had a cleansing ritual as well. I'm not that familiar with it, I must admit, but is this a common thing throughout these tribes of the region, and how similar is it, if we know it all?
Ancient cultures had cleansing rituals. This is, again, I like sticking with Greek, Roman, and Celtic because that's my area of focus. And when I say Celtic, I also mean Thracian. But ritual purification before entering holy areas, particularly sacred spaces. Now, the tabernacle is a sacred space. Basically, it's a mobile temple, for lack of a better term and construct. Remember, you have a liminal. Sometimes it's subjective line, right? Sometimes it's just you stick 4 stones and they make 4 magical corners. It can be a circle, right? You guys are familiar with Stonehenge. Those places are demarked as sacred, usually by some type of visual marker, visual cue that kicks in some type of physical marker, but it doesn't actually create sometimes we actually have walls though in the ancient world, right? And so you pass through, once you've crossed the threshold of the wall, you're into a sacred space. A space is reserved for the gods. So ritual purification before you go in to those sacred spaces is very important. Now, if you're a priest class, we see quite often that additional strictures are required. Fasting, ritual purification before you go and do the sacrifices and the ordinances required by your particular cultic activity that's going on. But it's very common that when it came to touching dead people, that was a huge taboo in the ancient world.
Right.
It's set up not just 1 or 2 days. And again, I'll talk about the Greek context. In ancient Greece, women dealt with the ritual preparation of bodies. By the way, same thing in Judaism, particularly around the time of this dead guy who was thrown on a cross. The reason women are doing that is because men have to stay ritually pure. So women are given the duty, and sometimes you could say forced duty culturally, to deal with the preparation of bodies, because the taboos associated, well, I'm a guy, I don't want to, well, other than it's icky, I don't want to do it.
They're already a little dirty anyway, so might as well have them do it.
Yeah.
Well, again, it may be, there's all kinds of reasons that anthropologists have assigned that particular custom typically going to women in the Mediterranean. But we do see it's projected in many cultures, but it has to do with how long after you touch a dead body are you considered ritually impure.
We've seen a few times already where it says even if a foreigner even comes near the tabernacle, they're to be killed. There's, just this very strong sense of security and purity around that whole thing. Yeah.
In ancient Greece, many foreigners that were not Greek, or Greek being one level, like Greek but not Athenian, right? If you're talking about Athens, and then like not Greek at all, like they were prescribed from coming. You can't come to this festival or take part in this religious procession because it's reserved for Greeks only, or in some cases Athenians only. So you can watch, but you can't
watch from afar. Yeah.
Right.
And as far as I understood it, the Greeks each had their patron deities, didn't they? Like Athens had, was it Athena for Athens?
Yeah,
and Pallas Athena, and the Spartans had Ares as the god of war as their major patron deity.
Well, the Spartans had several, right? But yes, Ares is one of them. But they're also, the Spartans, very much like Artemis too, and they were Apollo. So, but Athena, as far as there's a whole mythical tradition why Athena is the god. She has a contest with Poseidon, blah 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 blah. So the Athenians had a very developed sense of who their patron deity was. I probably might get myself in a little bit of trouble, but it seems that other cultures projected who the patron gods of the Spartans were on them, less than they ascribed them themselves based on the temples and their temple structure that they had. They seem to, whether or not they had a patron deity, they had several key deities they worshipped.
They were prolific writers, the Spartans, so a lot of what we know is written by their enemies. Is that fair to say?
Well, the Spartans wrote, but what they wrote wasn't all that great. So, but
they didn't really focus on that. The best and the brightest weren't going into philosophy and literature. They were the generals and the.
Well, philosophy and literature was, if you were a Spartan, was something reserved after your military career.
Right.
It was something, and the Spartans were known to be extremely religiously observant, by the way, by ancient Greek standards. They were, again, to quote generally the Athenian point of view, the Spartans took religion to the absurd, as far as their requirement for divination and the maintenance of ritual activity. You guys remember the Battle of Marathon, right? Spartans can't go help the Athenians because they're participating in a sacred festival, so they can't march because it was prohibited. And the Athenians are like, well, it's not Saturnalia, but that's a Roman. But the issue is that it was considered taboo. So they'd rather risk Persia wiping out their most powerful ally than possibly anger the gods. Same thing, by the way, with the Battle of Thermopylae, right? It was, again, Spartans were prohibited from sending an army out because of a religious tradition, religious festival. And so...
Right. So that's why they only took 300, not the whole army.
Well, that could have been seen as the king's personal bodyguard who would have been exempt from that restriction, right? Wherever the king goes, the bodyguard.
A loophole.
Well, But it wasn't just 300. It was probably 1,000 Spartans, by the way.
Yeah.
They brought the 300 bodyguard and probably another anywhere from 700 to 900 periodicoi, which were like people who lived, or periodici, however you want to say it, people who lived around, who were allies, Spartan, like subject peoples that were part of the Spartan military system.
Like
So wasn't there also the main part of the Greek army left, but wasn't there also people from the Isle of Lesbos who are technically lesbians that stayed, as well as
No. So the rear bodyguard were thespians.
Thespians, sorry, yeah, I got it wrong.
And this was like, again, the men of they were also another band of about 300. We call them a sacred band, and they fought to the last man as well. The Spartans fought to the front. They fought to the rear as they were being surrounded. And they
were all slaughtered.
And by the way, they also have, it's not talked about as much. They also have a monument at at the battle site today that talks about them as well.
Yeah, I just think it's sad that no one remembers the thespians that died as well. It's always the Spartans, Well, sorry, I've totally drawn us on. I'm going to take credit for this one. I've totally drawn us off topic. I love Greek mythology and sort of that kind of stuff. So do blame me for this one.
In fairness, everyone pays attention to lesbians.
Well, to be fair, I think Mark was conflating the Thespians and the Thebians. The Thebian sacred band was another group that was male.
All gay, weren't they? Yes. Yep.
Oh,
they ate the Spartans pretty heavily, as far as I recall.
Right.
Which is hilarious to my mind.
But in the Theban sacred band, another band of warriors who historically would rather die than admit defeat. That pairing was based on mutual adoration with a partner that they basically were with during their military career. Take that, SEAL Team 6.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I forgot how good it was to say how I'm part of this Socratic gangbang. I think it's amazing. I totally forgot. Everyone else remembers Socratic. Yeah.
Yeah,
just thought I'd bring that up.
Don't do the Socratic. Don't do Jen with the Socratic gangbang. Don't go honor him.
Wish Jen was here so I could say that.
Well, you gotta love Socratic gangbang.
Socratic gangbang. You down, Peter?
Yeah. You shouldn't mention the Socratic gangbang on Praise's channel. That'll let him get him all riled up. Yeah.
Gavin will put his pants on.
I sent him a funny picture of himself, and he's still mad about that because he now thinks that I think that he's gay.
Or Gavin?
You think that, but that wasn't what the picture was about.
You sent him
No, Praise.
Praise. You sent him the ass of God. With
no. So what happened was he made a death threat to Jay Patrick twice.
Praise?
Yes.
So
I depicted him as a sheriff with a clown's face, with chaps and no pants, and he was really upset about that because apparently genitals are not made to be seen. That was his problem.
Remind me not to go on the bad side, Peter.
Even though they weren't big enough to be depicted in pixels, so you couldn't even see them. But well, I'm not allowed on Praise's channel anymore now. So
I'm surprised at that, Peter. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
We were just
what did happen that he went on an entire rant about me sending that picture, then made a Freudian slip to name a guy who's called Cox. He called him Cock. Just after he ranted how he was not homosexual, and he was, how did he say it? I sent a picture to a male white Christian who has masculinity. That's how he referred to himself. And then I made a funny video about that rant, and he played my funny video in its entirety on his channel, showing the picture that I sent him, which, kudos.
No, any advertising is free advertising. Is good advertising.
Yes.
Of course, you have to include in that the audio of him saying that he wants to have sex with Dr. Josh. So there you go.
Oh, did he say that?
You have it on you have it on your soundboard.
No, that's one that I need on my soundboard.
You played it before, or somebody did. Maybe it was somebody else.
It wasn't me.
It was Oz. Oz has a soundboard.
Maybe Oz.
Yeah.
I think it was Oz.
Could be Oz.
But yeah,
What's
he is
the number anyway?
definitely hot
Who
for Dr.
cares?
Josh.
He's hung for Dr. Josh.
Only,
Aren't we all? Though? Aren't we
only
all?
praise.
Not in my picture. He wasn't. Just saying. But yeah, it's weird how these you can always tell if someone is in the closet because they will be vehemently against homosexuality. It's a sure sign.
There's also certain slurs that only sound like when you are that slur, there's a way of saying it.
Yeah.
And I know that sounds very funny, but there's two different streamers, at least one that comes to mind, that they use that word a lot, and they're using it to be like alpha. But when I hear it in my head, all I get translate is that's a guy who hangs out with a lot of what he's saying.
Yeah.
That nasty F.
I get into trouble all the time. I had a church sign that had a convention, and it was an annual convention, except the U fell off. So now it said everybody come to the anal convention, and Otangelo's really upset about that.
For God.
That I put.
For God.
And I put that on screen as well. I mean, it's not my fault.
Sodomy for God.
And I use that word a lot, but I use it very lovingly. So my thing is, well, you're using the FU. You're thinking
to a lot of anal conventions. I mean,
you're thinking of a different F word than mine. But when you mix both of those two F words together, they're actually fantastic. So I'm used to that.
But Amy she likes to take it when you use it that way. You're disarming them, you're taking it away from them, and you're kind of just hitting them.
I would agree with that, James. I would agree with that.
The whole point is a rebranding and a kind of
reclaiming power,
like a shield, because they use those words like arguments. Like if you listen to them, like they'll just be like they're a blah 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 blah, and it's like if you listen, they haven't said anything. They've just said this thing I disagree with that has nothing to do with theology.
Or
and so
Amy, you like to suck me.
Okay.
You lagged at the very end of that,
I thought maybe you censored yourself, James. I thought you did an auto censor in there, just robot yourself off. So
like Amy.
That's kind of what I was thinking. I'm thinking, no, James did that on purpose.
Well, I mean, I got the same from Claire recently. I blocked her on T-Jump's channel because she just basically said, because I don't have kids, I obviously don't care about how the world turns out. And she said that straight out, that because I don't have kids, I'm not interested in the world. I think she said... Sorry.
Whereas Christians believe in the end times,
I got kicked off, though.
They don't care. They don't care about what the world turns into anyway, because they're going to be raptured, and there's going to be an entire new world. So,
but you can't use that as an argument for what people think. Like as soon as you start telling people what they think and what they care about, it's kind of the discussion's over at that point, because you're just making up a person to argue with rather than hearing what they've actually got to say.
Yeah. It's one of my major pet peeves, because a lot of Christians will do that. Start a sentence, well, atheists think.
Yes, absolutely.
That's where you already go wrong, because no two atheists think alike. There's a reason. I've got a show where I have atheists on. It's called Herding Cats. That there's a reason for that title, because there's no two atheists who have the same opinions on certain things.
Nor do we have
Same thing
to.
with Christians, but
Except for one thing.
Usually,
Yeah.
what's it?
Sorry.
We usually just try not to kill each other for our differences of opinion.
No, we agree on one thing, and that is that we don't believe in a God, and that's it.
Right.
Right.
Yep.
So
also, before I forget, someone mentioned Dr. Josh, which means the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament on sale now, and Volume 1, which means, baby, a whole volume series coming soon. Bestseller on Amazon. Check it out. I'm just trying to give competition for praise. I don't know who's going to win praise. You might have to do something special yourself.
Since you guys are, since you're pimping Dr. Oz,
Dr. Oz,
Dr. Josh.
We can pimp both. We can do both. I don't.
Yeah. Dr. Carrier, Dr. Josh, myself are going to be on with Eddie for Brute Facts, but it's actually going to be it's not a debate me bra type thing. It is we're going to do a 90-minute panel discussion on science and technology in the ancient world. And as soon as the date's out, I'll give it to Amy, so you guys. And I was kind of going to talk to Amy about doing
That sounds fascinating.
I'm going to ask Amy to do an after show on it, just so we can get.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Oh, that would be awesome. Yeah.
We love us some Dr. Carrier. Hashtag Jesus is a myth.
Yeah, exactly. Well, anyway, and this is one of the things where I kind of, I'm not on the same. I'm not on this. That's one of the things with Dr. Carrier and I. We probably won't get into it, but I'm not at the same place he is. Like
right.
Academically speaking. But then again, Dr. Carrier is often often wrongly portrayed as a complete mythicist, and his position is actually much softer and less rigid than many people put it to be. He's really good at strong steel pursing the arguments of other people as well as his own. And I think it'll be a good panel discussion. We're going to try to stay off the topic of whether or not Jesus actually existed and talk about science and technology in the Greek, Roman, and Egyptian world. That'll be kind of fascinating, particularly during the Roman period, 1st, 2nd, 3rd century AD.
That's awesome. Yep. When did you say that's going on again?
We'll have a confirmed date in the next few weeks. But yeah, it'll be on the Brute Facts podcast.
Go check out Eddie.
We'll do that after show.
Yeah, that's the after show is something I hope we can get planned. I'd like to come on and after I sit there and just fanboy for 90 minutes with Dr. Carey.
No, we could do your puppy dog look, Amy. Which is
what I'm going to do in 2 days. In 2 days on Wednesday, Anra is going to have Francesca Stavropoulou on his channel. She's my favorite Bible scholar and has been for several years, and I get to produce the show, so I do get to meet her. That's yeah. Really looking forward to that one.
When did you say that was? We get
Wednesday.
all these links up here. Wednesday? That's
August 18th.
I thought your favorite Bible scholar was, what's that lady's name, Amy? That doctor on the Christian channels.
I'm trying to remember. We watch so many lovely pastors and preachers and imams.
It's driving me crazy. Somebody will put it in chat. Who's that doctor on all the Christian channels?
Dr. Hogan? Is it Dr. Hogan?
No, the blonde lady.
Yeah.
S.J. Thompson.
S.J. Thompson.
There you go. Thank you, S.J. Thought that was Peter's favorite Bible scholar.
I don't have a website yet, but if you go to gonnagoforit.com, there is one page, and that one page is funny videos with S.J. Thomason.
She is very nice, though. She's a nice person.
Nice.
Here's the thing.
Really?
Don't be fooled, because she will go after people in their personal life. She will
That's not good.
Attack atheists once they corner her. She's been attacking me for years. She's responsible for at least me losing a dozen accounts on Twitter. And she's still lying about me that I apparently called her dean and emailed her university, which never happened. But, yeah, she's not who she portrays to be.
Presents, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I've been told. She was nice to me, but I've been told not just by you, but by others that she has maybe another side. So, guess once you get cornered,
I'd call it narcissistic sociopath, but that would be me.
Well, I found it because she was like down with Smokey Saint, and I'm like, she's like an academic. For her to be like with Smokey Saint, that's like the.
And that's not even the worst.
One of her friends, looking for.
One of her good friends is a guy called Dean Esme, aka Max Colby, aka Red Pill Religion. Anyone heard of him?
All I know, can I just talk about this whole red pill thing?
I know that triggers Amy.
I've been dealing with it for so years. It was so beautiful at the beginning. For like a single few, like 2 years, it was still tied with the Matrix, and it met with solipsism, and it was dealing with whether you wanted to accept the truth or not. And somehow it found its way onto 4chan, and they just made it into
They ran with it.
Fucking yeah. Well, now that's the only thing anyone cares
about. Take the flat Earth red pill.
Matrix 4 coming out soon, baby.
Yeah. Take the flat Earth red pill, Amy. You're just.
Can it get any worse?
Oh. I mean, I think it's because right now we're going through a rough patch because we're in the information Wild West. There's too much information, and people don't know how to get good sources, get good stuff. I think eventually we will get a better handling on information because people will have grown up in this era with technology, and I'm hoping at a certain point people, my favorite quote from Bill Burr is they just go on you'reright.com and then whoosh. And so people, a lot of lay people right now don't know how to use Google Scholar and just online libraries. People say the library when people are like, I hear this a lot in the atheist experience, and then they're like, okay, what's the last book? They did, someone was trying to talk, I can't even say the word, the Apocryphers? And they're like, all right, say the last book you read on that. And he was like,
and Jared just wanted to trigger you.
About that.
Wikipedia.
Talk about the different pills and what they mean. Sure, and I know. I mean, I've seen infographics. Now it's spread into a whole bunch of different... Yeah, it's memeing. I guess, and I completely understand. And there are interesting ones. I've seen, they're talking, I think, earlier about the white pill and black pill between Titan in Discord. But there was a very simple time, just a very simple, narrow time where red pill and blue pill just meant, do you want to get sucked out of the Matrix or do you not? Do you want do you want to fight the robots that are trying
the hard truth or the delusion?
Civilization? Exactly. It had nothing to. It wasn't political. It was, do you want to accept truth or not?
Well, really, I think it was for a time. It was just, do you want the answers, or do you just want to live in ignorance of the answers?
Right.
You know, do you just want
exactly.
to have a normal everyday life that you don't care
You
about
wanna-
the big questions, or do you want to know what the actual answers is, no matter how
wanna
difficult
just-
they may be?
You want to just think we live in a globe, or do you want to know the truth of the flat Earth?
And I think it also dealt deeply with
Stop,
solipsism.
James. You're making my pancreas cry. Stop.
You need some insulin.
And also, we're gonna go for about 15 more minutes and then start outros.
15 more minutes, Amy.
15 more minutes. I know.
I
It
go
was
for at
a-
least another 3 hours and 45 minutes. I told the doctor it's okay.
Beat our record.
The doctor said it's if we're gonna beat the record, that another like 7 hours.
I know.
Damn.
Oh my God.
Peter,
just
Peter is
Amy,
having
just-
flashbacks.
yeah, just get the preacher back on. We can
Because we got
we can talk about getting evicted because of a Bible sign. I mean,
Can I reminisce?
Harry the preacher? Wow, that guy.
that almost
Let me just.
10 plus hour stream. Go ahead, Amy. Roast him.
I just want to reminisce about that stream for just a second, and I'm sending love out to the preacher. I love all our theist brothers.
that was
and
when
sisters.
Pat was in
But here, like,
UK, yeah.
there's like a Law and Order timeline, even with like a dun. Like, so it started where like the preacher came on, and then we all met each other. It was the two hosts, and then Perry and Peter. Bible study, because he just put in Google Bible study, and hey, we're doing Bible studies, and you two connected the first night instantly, and you guys were buddies, and you guys were just like, oh my God, and one of you was like, oh, if you can't make it, I think you were like, oh, I don't know if I can make it the one night. And Perry was like, no, this is my new best friend, Peter. I need to have my new best friend, Peter, on the stream. All right.
And I was going to be a Christian if I watched that one video. I was going to be a Christian.
We'd all instantly convert. And so
I watched it.
And so, you're both backstage 5, 10 or whatever fucking minutes before the stream. And there was a choice in my head. I was like, it sucks to just be backstage. I'm just gonna, why don't I just put them together? They can talk right before. We're just fucking good. It's like 5 minutes.
What could possibly go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong? And then as I put my headphones on, it's just like, oh, so are you going to prove that? Are you going to prove the empirical? And it's just like, oh my.
You missed a tiny part of the conversation. A crucial part, but.
Well, that's probably true. And so the minute went, as soon as it went from minute 1, it was like, boom, boom, boom. I was like, okay, this is gonna be. Also, at 15 at 15 minutes into the video was when we hit hour 2 of the stream, and at that point I was like, oh yeah, this is gonna be a marathon. Whew. But if you say, Peter, you're not converted.
Yeah, and it was a record for me as well. I've never been on a stream that long, a 10-hour stream, and I was there from start to end.
Yeah. It was That was it's longer than most Americans work a shift.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely was. But I've been watching his channel. It's a good mix between sovereign citizenship and what's not what the Bible says. Because
I will admit, preacher, send in love. I do lurk. I lurk on all these crazy. I mean, if does Snake Boy have a channel? Oh, I need to go find Snake Boy again. But yeah, no, you were saying?
Yeah, so you did see him talk to the female police officer?
Oh no! What are you saying? I'm just saying I
Oh
learned.
no! How did that
Praise
go?
and Smokies and
Yeah. So that's might be why he's not here. He's
oh,
going
I
to
did
court.
see
But
something like that.
Oh,
He
sure.
had a
Okay.
yeah, I saw something
he
like
says
that.
he says it's about a sign that he has in his front yard. I don't think that what's on the sign matters. I'm just thinking. I'm just thinking that it's not allowed to put up signs in your front yard in the trailer park he lives in, and that those are the rules. And no matter what's on the sign. But I could be wrong. I have no clue. We'll have to wait and see.
And so I'm gonna say, woohoo! What is up, Eva? And okay, I'll put 15 more minutes on the clock, but we're gonna keep it
on
at
the
that.
clock.
Yes, welcome to our Skeptic
Oh, boy.
Bible Study. We were
Another
reading chapters number 8, 9, and 10. Welcome, Claire. We're on the tag end of the open mic, but we're having fun.
Hello. Actually, yeah, I'm afraid I got late, but I realized you were on, and I thought maybe I could perform a service by getting you to sum up what you discussed, and and I like have a very short appearance. So what did you guys talk about? I know the past 10 minutes was nothing to do with numbers.
That's true. We were mostly talking about, or I guess how it started is, to me, the irreverence of these chapters. Well, actually, as Pat pointed out, they are interesting in just how first person God is. Like it's getting some real Sims action on in the Bible. It's getting some real Command and Conquer. If you're a fan of RTS, God is micromanaging.
Yeah, he's talking about the numbers of stuff, like how many qubits or whatever. You got to make things just so, and here are its dimensions and expands and whatever.
The arc, yeah.
So very specific. But then the devil is in the detail, and it's not one of my favorite. I mean, people do say it's boring because it's just a list of numbers and that kind of thing.
It's been living up to its name. A lot of
the
these
first
chapters
few chapters, couple censuses, and yeah.
These ones were okay though. I mean, they weren't that boring. They were fine. A bit wacky, but fine.
Well, it's just weird.
It's sort of more broad principle. Judaism is all about the detail of lots of things. But then I think it should be pointed out that Jews are technically not allowed freedom of belief. It's just an alien concept. If you're born a Jew, you've got to do all those things, and if you don't observe the Sabbath, you get stoned to death outside the city gates. So it's a quite different religion. And that's why Jews are special, because they're supposed to do all this stuff and they don't even have freedom of belief. It's kind of how the British think, maybe many British people don't think about their royal family, but they're not allowed to vote, they're not allowed to express themselves, and if they do, they get into so much trouble, much more trouble than ordinary people do.
So here's would be my pushback on that. Normally, on some of the stuff, I'm not a fan of Yahweh. I don't think that the Jewish God is a nice guy. My problem is only that the other religions seem to attach to themselves. So as long as you are saying Yahweh is a dick, I am on board with that. The problem is only as long as you're not attaching, because the Christians, they tell us that it's the same God. They created, in my opinion,
the enforcer. It's like you can say he's merciful and whatever, but the story is that he is the enforcer, the compliance officer. he made those laws. There will be consequences for disobedience. So, that is his role.
But is that a good role? Or is that
okay, the idea is that, if you're going to have an enforcer and these rules need to be enforced, then, somebody's got to do it. And, Yahweh's the guy. And anybody who's been put in a position of being enforcer will know it's a difficult position. On the one hand, you want to be liked. On the other hand, you have to do mean things because people misbehave and won't be told.
I couldn't even be bothered talking to you, to be honest with you. I couldn't be bothered.
No, I'll be honest.
I've got a lot of patience, but I'm done with you, Claire. Seriously.
See, I'll be honest. I feel like she's coming over to Team Secular. Slowly but surely. Maybe I'm biased, but I agree with some of what you're saying, as long as you're not attaching the Muslim God, or as long as you're not trying to edge off the Muslim God. If that
what do you mean?
sense.
What do you mean edge off? I don't understand.
Well, do you think that edgelord?
So edgy.
Do you think that the Jewish God is the same God as the Muslim God?
Of course. I mean, logically, it's like if you're saying there's one God, right? Then it has to be the same one, except that, all these different groups think, oh, he's like this, and oh, no, he's like, the other thing, and he thinks we're special, and no, he thinks we're more special, whatever. But it's the same one, right? It can only be the same one.
So these things that you're saying, the enforcer and all this stuff, you're actually saying that's a positive.
Well, because there are laws and they have to be enforced. I mean, there's no point having laws and not enforcing them, because as somebody who studied the law, I mean, there was this idea that no point passing any laws and not enforcing them, because you will create an attitude of disobedience if you go through the motions. We'll just pretend to have this law and that law to show how nice we are, but in practice we ignore that. And I'm afraid this has happened to the Jews, because it's like, well, the Torah has 36 capital offenses, and everybody knows that Jews don't enforce them, and therefore they think, well, they're just hypocrites, thinking that they're so, clever and special, but actually they don't enforce any of that.
Amy.
Well, I'm hoping that is the future. So the fact that the Jews are leaving their religion, that is what I want for the Christians. That is what I want for the Muslims. Or better yet, I would say that they're not even following their holy book. That is what makes them so liberal. That is what makes them, in my opinion, be able to assimilate and have liberal values and Western ideals. Part of the problem.
And lose their identity, I guess. I mean, if you're orthodox and observant.
Well, Claire doesn't follow her holy book either. Let's face it.
But see, I here's the thing. I don't like race and I don't like religion, and I think that both of those things we could do without. I know I am actually speaking I know this is a triggering word for a lot of far right. I actually view myself from a privileged position while I'm combating those words, because racism, unfortunately, is rapid, and superstition or religion is unfortunately fighting a lot of cultural wars. But
because when people are frightened, they're not going to be thinking, very thoroughly, and they'll just see, the groups of people that are visibly different and target them, and then look for internal enemies. So I'm just saying, you follow certain laws, and then your society is okay, and then you won't be subject to invasion or revolution, because we don't want to be living through, the French Revolution.
But we have, at least whatever. America, we have the strongest military we have way too much. I like having number one America, but we are in no danger of being invaded. In fact, we have 2 allies from both sides. We are a secular society.
I know, but don't you think Americans sort of feel invaded by mass immigration, and that's upsetting them so much that they voted Trump, and then the
Not to the
election
same
was
degree.
stolen, or many believe that the election was stolen, and then they realize that even
they literally have a statue that says, "Give us your tired, your huddled masses," etc. They literally have a statue saying to accept immigration. So no.
And if I could
so
use
you're saying Americans should accept mass immigration without questioning it.
Before we go down that line, I want to use a word that I think is actually apt, which is narrative. I think there is a narrative, and the narrative is that we are being invaded when we actually have an ally to our border, and it's just a bunch of poor peasants trying to run north. Like, I understand. I'm very middle.
America has its poor peasants too, and they don't like,
No, I mean,
I don't know. Okay, maybe they're on welfare and they're not, good workers. But then maybe the American government should make them better workers.
But I agree. I agree with those statements. I even agree we need to be helping the poor that are in this country. My problem is on a night of invasions, we know what to even think that someone holding a child and running through is the same as like someone with an AK-47 coming into the land with the intent to take it. Like, it's not like they're to live there. They are there to occupy, to whatever word you want to use. And so
to lower the wages of the working classes if they still work, and if they don't work, then what is their problem?
Wait, say that one more time.
Well, we know it's a proletariat who complain most about mass immigration, because they are the ones who...
I think you are incredibly dishonest, quite frankly. You are conflating these two things, like people seeking refuge and doing legal immigration, as mass inflation, and you're sort of trying to colour it as a warlike invasion. And that's what Amy's saying, right? Is that what I'm getting?
I agree.
I'm saying that the invasion is perceived as an invasion, and all invasions are unwelcome. And there's
you're conflating
a big group in society who don't like it, and who know that their wishes are being deliberately ignored in a so-called democracy because the system is rigged.
But Claire, the system
is rigged. Okay. Conspiracy theories.
I'm really curious. I'm from a country that, first of all, has done away with 90% of its army because we consider it a waste of money. Because why would we have an army in the Netherlands? Doesn't make sense. We also take in refugees, my best friend being one of them. He's a Christian from Syria. He's covered in scars as a result of the Muslim regime there. Should we consider a lot of people from Syria coming here into Holland as an invasion? I don't think so. They're refugees. They're refugees, and
clearly you don't get it.
And in the case, I'm sorry, I wasn't. I'm sorry, I wasn't. Don't
tell Peter what he thinks. Don't tell Peter what he thinks.
I wasn't, Claire. I wasn't finished. Claire, I would really appreciate it, Claire, if you wouldn't start talking when I'm still talking. That seems like the decent thing to do. Because we don't overtalk you, so maybe you should not overtalk us. It's an unwritten rule, but it's a good one. So what I'm saying is that if we take in a lot of refugees from Syria, I don't see that as an evasion. If the people are there being tortured by a regime mentally and physically, my best friend was in jail and being tortured for a year, and he still suffers from all of that. Calling people like that who just want to live their life and want to be left alone, I wouldn't
Fine.
insult I wouldn't insult them. And you're again talking over me. I have no clue why this is. I wouldn't insult people like that by calling it an invasion. It is offering a shelter for people who are being persecuted and physically being tortured. That has nothing to do with an invasion.
Here.
Not in the Netherlands, not in the UK.
You are middle class, aren't you, Peter? And you enjoy your liberal virtue signalling.
Ad hominem.
And I'm saying the Dutch working classes don't agree with you because their interests are
I'm
different
middle class. I'm middle class because I don't have a snotty accent from the UK.
Well,
okay. I mean, if we're down to insults, Claire.
I want to.
Amy.
I want to ask something, Claire. Are you from Pole? Do you know what Pole is? You can say no, but I'll give politically incorrect porn 4chan. You can say yes because I am too. I spent many years on 4chan. I spent many years on politically incorrect.
Jen was telling me to go on it, and I think the first thing I posted, they deleted it or something. So
okay,
and I find the whole thing incomprehensible anyway.
So no,
okay, that's okay. So you're not okay, but it's a lot of the lingo, and you can hear it in me when I use the words like degenerate and reprobate and all this and narrative. That's no, it's a lot of. I spent so much time fighting with actual far right, with actual Nazis, that you end up using because they use so much frickin' Yiddish. They use all this. They say oy vey and all this other stuff. That's another story. But it gave me great insight into how they think, and just the narrative thing. That word very specifically narrative. It's used very much by, I would say, more alt-right circles, and the irony of that word, the irony of that narrative is I have found there are so many narratives that they push. Like their whole shtick is propaganda. And so one of the things, an example would be invasion. Why do you think that they think that they're getting invaded? Why is their impression that, they're coming over? And in my opinion, that's because there has been a coordinated effort by specific groups to say we need to make people go about immigrants and make the tension feel like we are being invaded when
but
generally
but it is an invasion if there are people coming in that you don't want to come in. That's all that I wanted to say.
It's literally the same. It's literally the same tactics that Hitler used in the Second World War when he was putting up the Jews to be eradicated.
I'm sorry,
it is the exact same tactic. It's the exact same tactic. You want to blame other people, apparently you lack the compassion. Apparently you
nobody's calling you Nazi
for discussing immigration.
Well,
apparently you lack the compassion to at least give other people. Why are you constantly over talking? I'm curious. I'm curious. Why are you constantly over talking? What is wrong with you?
Both in a second.
Don't you have any comment?
Okay.
Right,
I want to unmute both, and I'm unmuting both. And I want to give just a clear-cut example, because it's not just you, Claire. It's not only is it not just you, Claire, but I mean, that was the goal, was to convince people of that. So it's not like it's just coming in a void. It's not like, I'll give you a concrete example of this. My wonderful, it follows my guide. I have a guide, if you've been a fan of the channel, of political correctness. Political correctness always hides, in my opinion, behind 2-word combinations. What is this word? Open borders. Open borders is one of those but like legit open borders. But what is open borders? Is it the poor lady bringing her child across the border, or is it a tank now able to roll over your territory?
It's about how the people of a particular country feel about how their government is protecting their borders. That's all it is. And if they feel that their government doesn't care about them, then, well, they will form their own conclusions about who is to blame. All right?
How should they protect the borders, Claire? Claire, honest question. How should they? I live in Europe. As you know, we don't have any borders anymore. I can travel into Germany, France, Belgium. There are no borders anymore.
Well, the EU has borders, though.
I'm really curious. I'm really curious what you think. What does it mean to you to protect your borders?
The people in the country will feel protected by their government if they don't think that the government just lets anybody in. All right, I know Europe is overrun. I know Western countries feel they are overrun, and that's because they have a labour shortage and they're too shy to ask their own working closses to work. It is the job of the government to train.
Close-minded people do think that. I agree. Very close-minded people do think that, but the majority doesn't.
You're thinking working.
So this will tie in with what Peter was saying, and I really have to say this.
About things. I get it.
I really have to say this. What Claire does is basically go, people say this and people feel this, and she's just describing her own opinions and her own feelings, and then excuse me, can I finish? And then projecting that onto the rest of the country and saying that's how the entire people feel. Yep. And it's just not true. Now, she's so myopic about her opinions and her feelings being shared by the rest of the country, which, newsflash, they fucking don't, that she absolutely thinks that they share her... Can I finish? That they share her appalling and odious opinions when nobody supports them and everybody tells her they don't support them.
Exactly.
And actually, I'm going to interrupt for a second because I see a tag. And I absolutely, like I said, I don't even know what my policy, left, right, but I don't believe in quote unquote open borders. I believe, like, as in military, I feel like you don't want troops rolling through your border, especially enemy troops. We are very lucky in the United States to have 2 allies. And so, generally speaking, things are very peaceful over here. It's mostly domestic. It's domestic things that we have to deal with. Now, does that mean that we should just let anyone in? Am I saying
uncontrolled immigration?
Uncontrolled immigration? No, I'm not. It's about, we should have rules. We should have methodologies of getting people legally in here. We want people to feel safe. We don't want people to feel in your country like you're being invaded. But I want to be very specific in just that I think there has been a narrative to push that feeling of insecurity in many ways in which it is unjustified.
I agree.
And so, yeah.
Yeah. And especially the way that they push sort of like in my country, they're like, stop the boats, stop the boats. And most illegal immigrants come via the airport. and other places. Like it's all just a fear-mongering exercise about people coming into the country. And this idea that we're being invaded is part of that fear-mongering. No one's invading these countries.
You don't
Nobody.
perceive it as an invasion because
no, I do not, and neither does the rest of the country.
You're being middle class. You're the minority.
Okay, so this is the other thing I have an issue with.
Perceive it to be a problem.
This is the other thing I have an issue with. It's that Claire basically uses ad hominem to exclude people from the conversation. She did it with Peter earlier, and says that if you are middle class, then you cannot have an opinion in this conversation. She did the same to me by saying,
and I wonder, I damn well do, because it's a matter of perspective. It's a matter of perspective.
Yes, Peter.
Mark, can I just add that, and that is not only in my country, the same thing is in the UK. The people who are against taking in refugees are the racists in the community.
Oh, they're a tiny minority, period. Absolutely. Yeah.
Period.
Really?
All of them are against it.
Yeah.
Right. So Brexit, the people who voted Brexit were racist. The people who voted Trump were racist.
A lot of the people who voted Trump are racist.
Rejection of the idea
definitely.
of neoliberalism, neoconservatism, and open borders, and
a lot of the people that voted Brexit,
and Nazi, just to protect yourselves, right?
A lot of the people that voted Brexit were convinced on really bad advertising campaigns, like the bus going around saying that the NHS will get billions of dollars
by one of the most racist political parties in the UK.
Yeah, UKIP, one of the most incredibly racist ones. And basically they made a whole load of things that they get so much money back from Brussels. The NHS would be propped up by all of these millions coming in, which never came. And a lot of people did express regret at their vote on leaving the EU.
They thought it would never pass anyway.
Right.
It was never expected to pass.
Right.
These are obviously hotly contested things, and we already know the bias of media. So, I mean, I'm sure you know what happened. You know what was alleged to have happened on the 3rd of November, and you can laugh about it, and you can say it's okay for any conservative to be deplatformed on all the big social media.
No, it's just your conspiracy theories, Claire. No one believes
of course, because you guys are always right. White liberal people are always right. They welcome immigrants because they want to virtue signal their empathy, and anyone who disagrees with that is a fascist, Nazi, racist, whatever.
Yeah, we never said that, Claire.
Demonizing her. Yes, you
we
just
never
did.
Said
you
that.
did. I mean,
I did not say that. When did I say that?
It's a general impression you get.
Since hold on.
It's a general impression, right?
Since you dropped the word, Claire, there was a question earlier in the side chat, and I'm really curious because you just used as a specific word. Can you tell the esteemed panel how many people you think got killed in the Holocaust?
I don't know. I have no idea, but it's controversial, isn't it? We're not allowed to say below a certain number. So, what number is Holocaust denial?
Do I need to inform you that you're talking to the grandson of a camp survivor? And when you say it's controversial, I say you're full of shit, because those numbers have been recorded. There's nothing controversial. The number that everyone thinks of already when asked about it is the 6 million Jews. Did you know that those weren't the only ones? Did you know that other ones were killed in the concentration camps as well? Atheists like my grandfather, gypsies. Those numbers aren't even included.
The people Hitler didn't like would get rounded up. I get it. But I'm saying, Don't you think it's suspicious that historians can't talk about the Holocaust without being slung into jail for saying the wrong number or having the wrong view? You think it's okay, and you call yourself liberal?
People lying about a number that we know is correct because
how do you know
we
anything?
have
How can we
because
know anything?
because we have the actual number.
How can we know anything?
People lying about that. Yes, I'm actually in Germany. When you say anything against the Holocaust, you're thrown in jail, and I wish that they would do that
really
everywhere.
Terrible? Just out of respect,
just out of respect of the people who died, amongst whom were lots of children, and just out of respect for those people, they should throw those people in jail who question the numbers.
We are from World War II, the more neurotic it is, Western governments become about it.
I think Pat wants to say something. Pat,
a couple things. I've been trying to jump in, but my issues are, one, if you use words like invasion, you can't talk about migration, and that's the issue. Either we use the proper words to discuss what we're discussing, and we all can agree upon definitions, but if you start conflating terms, migration, invasion,
charged words,
then we really can't have a conversation.
Poisoning the rhetoric.
Second of all,
there's a reason they use those words.
Yeah, I understand that.
A narrative.
The second thing is
it's a perception.
In another life,
it's spinning a narrative, Claire.
It's also a perception.
Let's just let Pat continue.
People who are not of your group.
Claire, could we just let Pat finish, please?
I spent a significant portion of my career before education working in immigration. So I think I'm with immigration people. I will tell you that it's a much more nuanced topic than anybody wants to give it the time to properly develop. It's really easy to say people feel they're being invaded, or people don't like this or they don't like that. But the reality is it's multi-tiered. Most people are at least have more than a single ubiquitous opinion. They have even people that are conflicted on the issue have nuanced opinions on who, what, where, when, how much, how often when it comes to the subject of immigration and migration, right? The third issue is I work in history now, and I will tell you that even in Germany, short of inciting what's considered open riot or fomenting anti-Semitism, you don't get yourself thrown in jail in Germany for just quote unquote being a Holocaust denier. That's actually a trope. The few people that have been jailed for it were for basically inciting public riots in Germany, and they have a very strict law.
Well, that little old lady who was in her 90s put in prison, really?
Really? And do you know much about that case, or are you just citing something you read on the internet?
Yeah, something I read. Obviously, I don't know the details of it, but there was a 90-year-old woman who was thrown in prison for what?
Was it for violating?
I should mention Alison Chabot, who's back in prison for a song that wasn't even technically Holocaust denial, because she was singing about fake survivors. So she wasn't denying the Holocaust; she was only satirizing the fake survivors. And she's back in prison.
A 95-year-old woman was arrested in Germany because she actually worked in one of the concentration camps and was complicit in the murders of 10,000 people.
Right. And she denied it, and she was thrown in jail for basically not recanting her earlier involvement in the Holocaust. Second thing is, the other person you're talking about with the song, she was specifically told multiple times to stop singing it, and she wasn't thrown in jail until she violated the several court orders that admonished her not to do it. These are the kind of things that I think Claire showed. You're not an artist.
In the UK, there is technically no Holocaust denial.
It's all about spinning the narrative and leaving out the details.
The narrative is that technically
to fit her narrative.
There is no Holocaust denial law. There's no law against Holocaust denial in the UK, but
in Germany there is.
Yes, I know, but I'm talking about Alison Chabot, who lives in a country where there is no law against Holocaust denial, but they chose to get her anyway. and she's back in prison. So I thought you'd like to know how the rule of law is still being
good riddance. I'd say it's well deserved.
Okay, you don't care about the rule of law, obviously.
Go ahead.
No, I don't care. I don't care about people that are in any disgusting way trying to defame the lives lost.
Is only applied.
And you're again talking over me, Claire. You're again talking over me, and I won't have it. I will talk over you. You're again talking over me. Please wait until I'm finished, until you start talking. You're not only a dishonest interlocutor, you also try to interrupt when it's pointed out what a disgusting human being you are.
Of course I would.
Yes,
when you tell lies,
you would.
When you actually admit that you don't give a damn about the rule of law, if it's
no,
about
I don't give a damn about people. I don't give a damn about people. I don't give a damn about people who want to make money in degrading the suffering that people went through and are still going through, because the children and grandchildren of the people who got killed are still alive and still have to deal with what happened in the Second World War.
I love the
So yes, I would like to see those people in jail for as long as possible.
Yeah, I'm sure you'd like them strung up. Yeah, I don't.
No, I want to have, no, because if they're strung up.
Hold on. Okay.
No, hold on. Wait. I need to say this. I don't want them strung up.
Passed by them.
No, don't want them strung up, because that would be a cop-out. I want them in jail for as long as possible so they can at least experience what suffering is. That's what I wanted to say.
Even there's no law against Holocaust denial, but anyway, yes, Alison Chablo should be in prison, even though there's no law against Holocaust denial.
For as long as possible.
Thank you for showing us your respect for
I think there may be a law against public indecency. Maybe that's
are based.
Or hate speech. There may be a law against hate speech.
I didn't get asked to say about migration.
If she's in jail, there's a law that she broke. And because of her breaking that particular law, she's in jail.
It's a trumped-up charge, but then
you can't go to jail for a trumped-up charge. You can't go to jail for a law that doesn't exist, for breaking a law that doesn't exist. It's impossible.
Claire, are you pro-law or anti-law? Because you keep saying that rule of law. All of these people you're citing broke one or more laws. Mm-hmm. When a judge orders you not to commit certain actions, and then you're mandated by the court not to do them, and then it's
a trumped-up charge.
Whatever
Claire
was warned multiple times stop that action. So she violated.
Claire is only in favor of laws who keep other people out of her country. Those laws Claire likes.
So
the laws that protect people. Not so much.
Then I want to ask a question, and then we're going to change the topic so that we can go a few minutes of religion to palate from our politics. Did you have a response?
Who would have thought that going to religion was better than the subject that we're on?
Well, then you get onto Holocaust denial, you know you're in trouble, Peter. Honestly, mate.
What I have been doing.
As far as I understand, Alison Chablo's case.
He couldn't help but veer us into that direction.
I guess I won't get a chance to answer.
Go ahead.
Okay,
better
fine.
not.
I won't answer since I'm very used to people asking me questions and then not getting the answer. So
go ahead, Amy. Ask you.
It's probably because you overtalked them while they're still asking you the question.
No, I heard the question.
Might be a thing.
The guy with the glasses, whose name I still don't know, was asking Pat, and he was asking me. He was pointing out that if Alison was in prison, then she must have done something wrong, and. Obviously, he doesn't care that the whole thing was trumped up. Really, it's like if Alison was working on the basis,
how does one trump up a law?
Let her finish, Peter. Let her finish.
Because it'll just carry on if Peter keeps interrupting, and I can.
Okay, go ahead, Claire. Go ahead.
Yeah, It sucks when it happens to you, doesn't it, Claire?
Yeah,
It
because you
happened
never
to
get
me
to the
several
point, and I
times,
already get
and
your
I had
point.
to ask
Right
you,
at the beginning,
to
just
stop talking.
ramble forever.
Go ahead, Claire. Sorry, Pete.
So, when you get charged with something, and it was about Holocaust denial because it was about her song mocking Holocaust Holocaust survivors, the fake survivors, because the song did repeatedly talk about fake survivors, which implies that she accepted the existence of real survivors. So that was what the song was about. Yes, it was edgy, but she was acknowledging there was a Holocaust because she was talking about real as opposed to fake survivors. And technically in the UK there is no law against Holocaust denial, but they got on something else about sending something grossly offensive through the internet or something, and that is what technically she is in prison for. But everybody knows it's a trumped up charge, and she doesn't deserve all these months in prison in a country that technically doesn't have a law against Holocaust denial. This is what I'm talking about. I know you don't care, but I do.
I do care.
Okay, so
it's well deserved.
She was sentenced in 2018 for issuing anti-Semitic talk.
Causing offense, indecent, or messaging message to be sent over a public communications network. And that was her crime.
Her sentence was suspended.
Yeah, trumped up.
Right? No, but it was
According
suspended.
to you, it wasn't.
And then she reoffended and then got sentenced for breach of her suspended sentence by committing a similar action that she'd already, that was May.
So much for free speech, Jay. So do you think?
My question to you, Claire, would then be, what is the point of this? The question is, what is the point of Holocaust denial? Do you suspect that there's foul play there? Are you just trying to be an ACLU? Like, we just need to protect every terrible person, even if they're terrible? Or is it like, is there foul play there? The Jews are lying about it? Like, what is the point?
No, I don't think. I've been saying, or I've tried to say to David Irving that I thought that the British government is more invested in the narrative of the British giving up their empire, sacrificing their world empire to save the Jews, than the Jews themselves. In fact, Jews in Israel can't even deny their own Holocaust, which is ridiculous, right? So really, Israel is just an American protectorate. It's a colonial outpost where Jews in Israel aren't even allowed to deny their own Holocaust, which is ridiculous.
Wait, so
there's a law against Holocaust denial in Israel too.
That doesn't answer the question.
Let's put all laws aside. Let's just put laws aside for a second. Do you suspect that there is foul play, that they are lying about the number of Jews that were killed in the Holocaust?
Is it significantly lower?
As far as I understand it, the Jewish narrative is that once Jews have suffered enough, then they deserve to get their homeland back, right? I think it has to be around 6 million or something. And that would make sense. It's like, we've been kicked out of our homeland, we want it back, but how are we going to get it back? Only after we have suffered enough, and Hitler was mean to us.
Do you think the real number is significantly
lower? That's not answering
lower?
the question, Claire.
That's
not answering the question.
I really don't know. I don't know about these statistics. I don't want to get involved in these discussions. I'm just telling you what I think.
You're smart enough to figure out whether or not a singer goes to jail and how that happened. You can go on the internet, figure out what the charges were, but you're not smart enough to figure out how many people got killed in Second World War. Is that what you're saying?
It would be only what I've been told, and the figure is disputed.
Are you not smart enough to go online and do the research?
Okay, I'll tell you about a rabbi who got into trouble over Holocaust denial.
My question was a yes or no question, Claire. My question was a yes or no question. You're not smart enough to go online and do the research for yourself. You're that stupid that you can't do that.
You can call me stupid. I don't mind.
I can.
Call me stupid. I don't care.
I can. If you're sitting there and saying that you don't know when you've got the internet and you can go online.
No, because it's very technical. I really.
It's so technical. It's a lot more technical than finding out what charges someone was convicted on, right? That's not technical.
I'm legally trained.
And okay, I'm going to answer a question, and then we're going to cleanse it with religion, the other easy subject. I see a question, V. Should telling a joke be illegal? I mean, I lean towards the side of freedom when it comes to telling jokes, but I feel like we're talking potatoes and gas stations. Like there.
Can I answer this one? Can I answer this one, Amy?
After,
please.
I would say that the entire point of comedy is to toe the line and to make us think. I do not think that what we've been talking about, I think you should be able to make jokes about horrible subjects, because I think that generally speaking, that is how we heal. That being said, I don't think a lot of people out there that what we've been talking about the past 20 minutes hasn't been about that. It's not been about trying to fight for the little guy. It is trying to, I mean, in my opinion, we're wrangling through conspiracies in some detail. So I'm gonna let Peter say something about comedy.
Yes,
and then
I think
we're gonna switch on to religion for a little bit and wrap up.
I have an idea. I want to bounce off of you. I think you can make jokes about literally everything. There's no restriction of what you can joke about. However, it is about the intent of why you make a certain joke. If your joke is in order to put something forward that you think need to be addressed, then you can make pretty much every joke. If your joke, however, is purely there with the intent to hurt people, then I think you should not be allowed to make that particular joke. And those could even be the same joke. It's the intent behind it.
Speech, then.
It's the intent behind it. If I believe in free speech, I do not believe in hurting people on purpose. I believe in free speech. I do not believe in hurting people on purpose.
Well, offense.
And you can do that, and you can do that with speech.
Look, people say stuff with all kinds of intentions, and in the end, it's whether they're allowed to say that, and whether there should be reasons to forbid them from saying that. And you can have defamation.
You're again trying to deflect from what I said.
Yeah, because it makes no sense. If you're saying that you can only speak if you don't offend anyone, then there is no free speech.
No, I didn't say offend. I didn't say offend.
It depends if you intend. It depends on your intent. So if you speak and say what you honestly believe and happen to offend somebody, opposed to you go out to say something to actually hurt people, is your intent, and you're missing that word.
And Claire is now twisting my words. Claire is now twisting my words.
It's just ridiculous.
Claire wants it to be. Claire wants me to have said when it's the intent is to offend. I'm not talking about offending people. I'm talking about hurting people. I didn't say, and you're still talking. I didn't say, I'm not having you putting words into my mouth, Claire, and I will talk over you as long as necessary until you shut the fuck up.
Well, now
I
Noah,
won't
we're going to
I
move
won't
on
let
to
you
religion.
put
So
words
how
into
about that religion, Amy?
How about that religion?
I didn't say that you couldn't offend people. I distinctly said with the intent to hurt people, which is
And the
something
distinction was
completely
clear.
I think we should
Yes,
move
the
on to something
distinction
more,
was clear. Absolutely.
something much less serious. How about
Yeah.
cartoons and
Wait,
anime?
I'm all 100%
Well,
with Pat on this one.
you're going to be closing down a lot of newspapers, Peter.
Okay, yeah,
Why we don't do
they would be.
But
Good riddance.
we're gonna move into outros in a second.
Who reads the newspaper anyway?
We're figuring out the last words here as well on numbers. We read 8, 9, and 10. We had a special day with a special cloud who was very friendly and
a very friendly deity.
With Dan, the rear guard man.
But
the husband Amy never had.
Trying to think of some other things that have been coming up. We just had our second debate Bra. We're setting up the third, and I also want to set up the fourth and the fifth. We have a list that we're going to start sending around so people can just put up if they're yes or no on different types of positions, and so we can start to build a roster so we can have some good debates. We're about to start a new Patreon theme show because it'll be generated from the content of the Patreons, which is going to be Ask Me Anything or Say Something Funny, which is basically going to be a chance for them to ask questions or say something funny, and we'll record it and then put it on YouTube for all of us to enjoy. So look forward to that. And the order has been put in today. Well, bleeding today, last night, for Call Me Skeptical. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. James and I are about to be running our first call-in show.
It's going to be good.
So feel free.
It'll be epic.
Feel free to check that out. I just got to get all that fun, and that way we can have some good back and forth.
And what's the name of the show? What's the name of the call-in show?
Call Me Skeptical.
Woo!
Woo-hoo.
Good title.
Thank you.
I love the title.
We the focus groups, batted it around, and then
had some writing experts in the background.
Did some surveys, I guess.
That's right. We did the peer reviews,
so,
all the 18 through 35s,
all the deities, all the deities. There you go, like Donald.
Come on.
I just have one.
Peter, you haven't had a back and forth like this since we had Donald on talking about the definition of dogs. You remember that?
Oh, don't remind me. Don't remind me. I do have a question, Amy. Is it strictly call in, or can people also come on the show through the magic of the interwebs?
It will be exactly through the magic of the interwebs through StreamYard. In fact, when I mean call in, I mean click a link. But
it'll be one-on-one.
Okay. It'll be exactly. It'll be just like this. But
I still have to slap a certain guy named Oz because I called in on his show and then got hung up on. Calling in from the Netherlands to the US and then getting hung up on. That hurt. That really hurt.
I got to roast Nate.
To be fair, it wasn't Oz. It was Pastor Mike who did it.
Pastor
But Oz thought it was funny. I thought it was funny too at the time.
It is funny. We're all laughing.
It is
about
funny.
It, Peter. Amaretto's laughing too.
Sending love to Amaretto.
Amaretto.
Where's Amaretto?
She must be asleep because she would have came in by now. She can't resist a good
that's true.
throw down.
She'd be. I don't know. Claire might have scared her away a little from.
I don't
sheer
think she scares
offensiveness.
like that. She gets
I
excited.
don't think Amaretto scares that easy. I don't think so.
So take a Kahlua bottle, bust it on a counter, and
Yeah.
go ahead.
Night, Grumpy. Send
Night, Grumpy.
love.
Thanks for your help in Discord, Grump.
You know what? I have a subject. That's gonna. It's off topic, but it'll bring us back all together. How about this, Claire? What do you have reasons to why you think the resurrection of Jesus is silly? As in, is a mythos? Are you with the atheist? I guess I'm asking here.
Well, the problem about worshipping a deceased Jew is a problem of idolatry, and it drives me crazy how people who claim to believe in God can't see this, which is basically that, the concept of idolatry is a Jewish idea, and the idea is that you're not allowed to worship anything that isn't God, and anything that you have seen around you cannot be, by definition, be God, because the narrative is that God created the universe and now exists as spirit outside it. So whenever he sends, he's trying to get anything done, to get Mary pregnant or cause a miracle or whatever, he sends a Holy Spirit to do it. That is the agency of God. So that is, the internal system of the Abraham God. So if you worship anything that is part of creation, i.e. a man who is clearly mortal and died after being crucified, you are worshipping something that is part of God's creation, and that is technically idolatry. And I can't get this through to Christians. They don't get it.
Okay, so you think it's idolatry, but do you actually think it literally happened? Or I guess.
Sorry, what literally happened?
I guess you'd say.
As opposed to Muhammad, who isn't idolized in Islam.
I guess
Muslims don't think Muhammad is.
Yeah, they don't think he's a god.
So,
no. He's not. They don't think he's God, but he is idolized and revered, and I would even say worship.
I think by idolatry, Claire's referring to the giving a subject or person or thing the state of godhood, rather
she
than
hasn't accepted the divinity of Jesus.
As divine. So if you ask a Muslim, do you think Muhammad is divine? They'll say no. But if you ask Christian if they think Jesus is divine, they'll say yes.
Yeah, they think he is God.
So do you think Jesus was a prophet, Claire?
Muslims accept Jesus as a prophet of God.
I didn't really say Muslims, because you're sort of your own special case that doesn't believe the same thing as
that's
the Muslims.
my question, is that so the Muslim narrative that by which I know it is that they don't think that he's a prophet that resurrected. They think he's like a prophet in a succession of prophets. He did some cool stuff. It's different than in the New Testament,
is still alive.
And it led up to. Oh, really?
And is still alive, and you can go visit him. He still lives somewhere in. Again, talking over me. He still lives somewhere in an Arabian country.
After he let him finish, and then we'll give you time.
Yeah, according to Islam, Jesus is still alive. You can visit him, and he still performs miracles for people.
Okay, go ahead. Really?
Okay, I mean, this is obviously rubbish, because if you think Jesus is divine, then you are guilty of idolatry. It's as simple as that. But maybe you get a lot of confused Muslims too who don't know what idolatry is. But I really wanted to hear Amy's question.
Go ahead, Amy.
Well, so my question is, I guess, are you just in line with mainstream Islam in that? Do you think that worshiping him is idolatry because it's putting a man before God? I'm with you there, but do you think that the story didn't even happen, as in he wasn't resurrected? He is just some other guy, as in Are you in line with with other Muslims that he didn't resurrect, that he didn't come back from the dead?
Well, okay, we know that Christians think he's gonna. There will be a second coming. That is a Christian expectation, and Jews expect their Messiah, but that it won't be Jesus, right? And if you ask Muslims, whether they expect Jesus, I think that they talk about somebody called a Mahdi or something. I'm not really clear about that because I'm not really interested in eschatology, but I believe that's how it goes.
So can I just point out that you assiduously avoid answering the question? What you say is Christians believe. Let me finish. Like you say, Christians believe this and Muslims believe this, and they clearly setting yourself apart from the rest of the Muslims. But you never actually say what you think.
Yeah, I have no view on these ridiculous predictions. All I can say is, okay, I want to explain to you why I find idolatry, even as an agnostic, repulsive and exasperating. So, if you believe in the Abrahamic God and you're a Jew, you know that you're not supposed to be worshipping anything that isn't God. Okay, so the Jews are very firm about it, and they think, they don't tell Christians this, but they think Christians are idolaters and blasphemers. And according to the Christian narrative, Jesus was convicted of blasphemy. So Christians know, even as they worship Jesus, that he was convicted of blasphemy, i.e., and this means they are guilty of idolatry and blasphemy, but they don't seem to care. It doesn't connect, and this is what drives me crazy. So, okay, I don't believe, I don't have any particular view about it, but I'm just saying that if you do believe in God and you know that He's forbidden idolatry and blasphemy in the 10 Commandments, and you know that the 7 no idols also forbid idolatry and blasphemy, why are you still a Christian? And I've gone so far as to discuss this with Christians and say, well, and the best answer they have is, well, we're not guilty of idolatry if Jesus is God. Okay, so that's their best defense. And so when I ask them how Jesus is God, I can't get an answer. I can't get an answer that I can remember or makes any sense at all. But still,
so again, this is just a big red herring that you've laid out here. It's basically, you've now said, well, because there's a dichotomy here. You either believe Jesus was a prophet or you do not believe Jesus is a prophet. There's no other response.
Muslims accept Jesus as a prophet of God.
No. I'm not asking Muslims. I'm asking you. Do you believe Jesus was a prophet, or do you not believe that Jesus was a prophet? It's a simple question that you absolutely will not answer, and it's frustrating because it's just a very, very simple question.
If you give me the chance.
I've given you plenty of chance, thank you.
Okay, so
I had about 10 minutes.
I'm trying to make sense of this question because I just find the whole idea of Jesus just repulsive. Anyway,
then you don't think Jesus is a prophet. Then Jesus wasn't a prophet.
No. I'm trying to think of reasons why he might be considered a prophet, and I guess that it would be for the role of adopting the God of Jews, or the God of Israel for Gentiles, and after that, Islam came along and said, here's actually a scripture that people can follow from God, and I guess it was a kind of rough draft of the scripture for Gentiles.
What do you believe? Not he may be believed to be a prophet by some and not to others. What do you believe? I'm not looking for the reasons. Do you believe he was a prophet, or do you not believe he was a prophet? That's it. There's no other option here, and you refuse to answer.
It's a yes or no question.
I'm trying to explain to you that I find the whole idea of Jesus repulsive, okay? But I have to consider that he gave...
From that explanation, I would assume you don't think he's a prophet.
Answer, for God's sakes. So I believe that he played the role of helping Gentiles adopt a scripture that is... develop a religion that is more suitable for them rather than taking it all from the Jews.
Then does that make him a prophet?
Yes, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this is the first time I've answered it.
That was hard.
No,
that
it's
was
the
hard
first-
to
Yeah,
answer.
it is hard because I just find the whole idea of worshipping a Jew who died on a cross.
I'm
Claire,
not
as a
asking
equal
whether
of
you
God,
worship him.
Actually repulsive. to
I'm
the-
not
It's
asking whether you worship him. It's fine for him to be a prophet
Okay,
and you
I'm
don't
telling you
worship him.
how I-
That's fine. That's
Thank you.
absolutely fine.
I'm trying to tell
Yeah.
you why.
I think it's
find it
repulsive,
difficult
too.
to answer.
There are a lot of people who adhere to a religion and have no clue what their holy book says. You're not the only one, Claire.
Dude,
2 more minutes,
I'm
and
not
we're rolling
adhering to
into
any
outros.
religion.
I'm just about to throw a grenade in here. I'll throw the grenade.
Thank you, Pat.
So do you, this whole Christians being accused of idolatry thing, as an atheist myself, I don't care. I think it's kind of a funny accusation. But do you use that same intellectual framework to accuse someone who practices Islam of the same thing when they believe that by affirmating and saying peace be upon him every time the Prophet Muhammad's name is said, that they themselves will ask for blessings from God to be put upon the Prophet Muhammad, and in turn will receive blessings themselves as a second order causation, and then putting basically Muhammad as a sole intermediary between man and God?
Excuse me, sorry.
Saved by the phone.
And we got another.
Okay, sorry, I can answer the question now.
Joseph Goebbels on the phone. I'm sorry, guys.
So oh, for God's sake, that must be one of the others.
He's back. He's going to complain about you,
Is
James.
it scam baiters? I know it's so random,
It ran me once and then it went away.
but I
So,
scam bait.
if I can remember Pat's question, he
sorry,
was
that was
asking
funny.
about this irritating trait of Muslims who mention Muhammad and then you go, peace be upon him. Yeah, it really bugs me, but I guess they do it to show piety, but it bugs the hell
Penis
out
be
of me.
upon her.
Hell
And
yeah,
they do it to
baby.
Jesus too, and it also bugs the hell out
No,
of me.
but do you understand the theological framework behind peace be upon him, right, when Muhammad's name is mentioned, right?
Yeah,
don't
it
think
interrupts
so.
the flow of the conversation, but they do it to show piety, and I find it
It's not piety.
irritating and
It's-
stupid
It's
and alienating,
again,
but
it
they
is-
have to do their thing.
What is it, Pat?
it's specifically done so now that Muhammad's passed, it's done specifically, peace be upon him, so that he may be further blessed by God. Affirmation of the faithful on behalf of the prophet.
Yeah, I think it's stupid.
In order that he
but, yeah.
receives additional blessings in heaven for having led additional faithful to God, that they
Superstitious.
themselves in turn, that they themselves will receive additional blessings. And what it does, it's a second order causation. Basically, I ask for the prophet to be blessed so that I can be blessed as an intermediary from God. That on my behalf, Muhammad will act on my behalf to make sure that I receive blessings from God, is how this works. And I was just wondering, given
Which
the
is idolatry
political framework-
again.
Yeah, okay, that's fine then. I just was curious if you
So
applied.
you're
the
asking
same-
for
really
a reach
I
around
find
from
the whole
Muhammad.
thing repulsive, and I wish
Yeah.
they'd stop doing it.
Yeah.
But they it's a kind of verbal.
He's playing
So
footsie
that's
on the
almost
table.
like you scratch Muhammad's back and he scratches yours, essentially. It's like a transactional thing almost, isn't it? That's interesting. But it's also interesting that Claire thinks that's idolatry, and isn't that a big part of
Yeah.
She's consistent. That's
Muslim.
fine. That's actually
Yeah,
really
okay.
good.
And so,
Claire
Claire,
doesn't
you're
like to
going
be
to have
scratched.
the last word, and we're moving into outros, and you're going to start us off in the outros, too.
Get some more idolatry, and then we'll go into the outros.
Can I tell my joke about? It's not even a joke about the. Before I go, Amy, thank you for having me. I didn't mean to prolong your show for so long, but we were
It was
on
fun.
the subject of Holocaust denial, and I wanted to tell
The
you
joke.
about this rabbi who got into trouble over Holocaust denial because he significantly reduced the number of Jews who died in the Holocaust, and this is what he did. So he said, well, the official number is 6 million. He was saying he's ultra orthodox, you see. So he was talking about the Nuremberg law And he was saying, well, Hitler considers you a Jew if just one of your 4 grandparents is a Jew. But you know, we are rather stricter as ultra-Orthodox Jews, and you're only a Jew if your mother's a Jew, and if your mother ain't a Jew, you ain't a Jew, and therefore, you know, if the number is 6 million, we have to divide it by 4, and I come up with, you know, 1 million over or something, and you know, it was just a throwaway line, and then everybody went crazy and said you're a Holocaust denier because you gave a number that is significantly lower than 6 million because he had to divide it by 4, you know, and because he was saying, you know, a lot of people who died thinking they were Jews in the Holocaust, they weren't even really Jews as far as we ultra-Orthodox Jews are concerned.
It's absolutely silly to believe that if you now, after the fact, say that those people weren't Jewish, and you think that makes them come alive again, so the numbers will change. I find that hysterical. You have made a good point about your intellect, Claire.
And
right
you
now.
see, I thought you were gonna make a knock-knock joke.
No. And I mean, he
I don't think that's the laughs that you're expecting.
Something to talk about. You know,
100 lashes,
his name is
Amy.
Rabbi as well.
I need 100 lashes. And all right, Claire, you are the last to join us, which means you are the first to start us off in our outros. We have been Skeptic Bible studying as we went through 3 chapters of Numbers. Woohoo! Hope you had a good time. Where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
Thank you, Amy, for having me. I am madly interested in religion and theology, as you can see, and I am a great admirer of Jewish ideas, and I particularly resent being called an anti-Semite because I think, you know, a lot of the big ideas that we all have come from Jewish ideas, and I think the Abrahamic God, whether you believe in him or not, is the idea that has most advanced humanity, even though it doesn't look like we have advanced much further. But obviously we need the rule of law for our society to continue in existence, and for us to use peaceful ways to resolve our disagreements with each other. And if we think the courts are compromised, then it becomes a very dangerous situation. And this is what I wish to warn people about, and so that they're not cavalier about, you know, somebody receiving injustice because they don't care about them or because they have the wrong views. I think the free speech of the people whose views we hate is also our free speech, and we should religiously protect this very precious commodity. Thank you, Amy, for letting me speak freely.
Thank you so very much, Claire. Woohoo! And all right, we're moving right along. Pat, we have been Skeptic Bible studying on Numbers, 3 chapters, 8, 9, 10, along with some theological and political back and forth. Where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
Well, thanks for having me, Amy. For anybody who's interested, I'm Pat Lowinger on Twitter. My blog site where I post some kind of intermediate level analysis on some historical topics is Discovering Ancient History at wordpress.com. You can look me up, just Pat Lowinger, Discovering Ancient History. You can find me here on Amy's channel quite often. I'm enjoying it quite a bit, although I admit that tonight's discussion, it was not, after the anthropological and historical and ethnogenic parts of the discussion, I'll admit this is a subject that is somewhat near and dear to me. I do see Holocaust denial in of itself as anti-Semitism. It's rooted in anti-Semitism. Anybody who is, I deem, or at least projects tendencies towards Holocaust denial, I am more than willing to call them not only a Holocaust denier, but also an anti-Semite. And I will do it in not only in text but in verbal form as well. So thanks for having us. Thanks for having me. And
thank you, Pat.
Thanks everybody. Thanks you, Mark, for as always being enjoyable.
Thanks,
and
Pat.
for everybody else that came and everybody in chat as well.
Yeah.
Take care. Have a great week.
Thank you so very much, Pat. And feel free to take a look at Talk Skeptic to Me, episode number 2, The Mythical Origins of Mankind.
God versus Gumby.
Awesome. I know. Go check it out. And thank you so very much, Pat. And all right, we're moving right along. Peter, we have been Skeptic Bible studying. We have been reading Numbers, the fourth book of the Bible. I hope you had a good time. Where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
Okay, yeah, I did make a mental note that there's one subject I shouldn't bring up again on this show because that doesn't go down well. Anything else that needs to be said about that, I think Pat already said, and I fully agree with him, and I fully agree with how we should label people as well. So that's basically it. Yeah. Would be better if we would have discussed more about religion. And just to make sure, because I did get a text message from Loki, and so Loki did want to drop in real quick, so I need to buzz out so Loki can buzz in, but I'll be back after Loki's message.
Thank you, Peter.
I'm still here, but there's Loki.
Thank you, Loki.
Woohoo! Thank you, Loki.
So that was it. That was my part for the day.
Thanks,
you can find me as always on Gonna Go For It. We just recently did a show with a Muslim and the next Muslim about predestination in Islam. So people might want to check that out. That was a great conversation, by the way. And on Wednesday I'll be on Ross' channel hosting Matter of Fact Science. This time with Professor Francesca as a guest. So really looking forward to that. And Sunday there will be another Quran lesson on Aaron's channel.
Sunday.
Next week?
Yep.
All right.
This Sunday. Coming Sunday.
Thank you so very much, Peter.
Thank you, Peter.
And all right, only 3 left. Mark, we've been having fun. We've been Skeptic Bible studying the numbers. Always a journey.
It's been a journey, maybe a downward spiral for this one. I got to agree with Pat. It was such a lovely time talking to Pat, and Pat, amazing as always. I feel like I learned so much off him. He's fantastic, and Peter always makes me laugh and has the best graphics. I wish I knew how he did it, mate. It's fantastic. But
I can help you with that. No problem.
Mate, I got enough shit to do at the moment. No offense. Look, I'll hit you up if ever I do want to do something extra. But you are a champ, mate. I biggest fan. No, so Claire, and just a few things I want to go through because I'm going to take this opportunity to pick the crap out of what Claire does and why I find it incredibly disruptive. It brings everything into disrepute and is in my opinion absolutely dishonest. What we saw is this conflation of terms, and we saw that very early on. She's basically saying migration and invasion, they're the same thing, and then pushing them together to have this agenda. And we all know she's doing it. That's exactly what she's doing. Another problem I have is the ad hominem stuff, and she did that with Peter, saying that you're middle class, and then what she does is go on to tell you what you care about and what you think about. Peter doesn't care about immigration because he's middle class. Absolutely untrue. right? He does care about immigration and has an opinion on it, but she is excluding him from the conversation with this dishonest ad hominem that she's doing. Projection. She projects her opinions to the rest of the population. Hers is a very narrow stance, but she considers her opinion to be the mainstream, and it is not. It absolutely is not. So when she says people think, you should just insert I think, and that's all. That's all she's saying. It's ridiculous the way that she projects her opinions onto everybody in her entire country. Now, Alison that she's talking about with these trumped up in prison sentence, they weren't trumped up. They weren't trumped up in the slightest. In fact, as Pat pointed out, she got a sentence. It was suspended. Now, if you're not in the Commonwealth, you might not know what a suspended sentence is. It's basically that you get assigned jail time, but you don't serve it. Basically, it's a good behavior bond. If you break the law again doing a similar thing, you then incur both sentences of both breaks of the law. So it wasn't a trumped up charge. It was that she had a goodwill bond, that she didn't have a jail sentence as long as she behaved. She didn't behave. And that's why she got such a large period of time. So don't be fooled by Claire's trumped up charge. It wasn't. It was 2 charges. And she was given a full opportunity to adhere to the law and didn't. So that's why that happened. And the sheer difficulty in getting a simple answer out of Claire. Do you believe that the Jesus was a prophet or not? And we go through this massive song and dance, and she talks about everything but actually what she thinks. I don't see why it's so hard. I honestly don't. It's ridiculous, and this happens with a lot of things. She will absolutely run rampant with red herrings away from the... I've not seen so many red herrings transported since, the fishing industry of the North Sea. It's ridiculous. She will talk about anything but the questions that you asked. But yeah, that's par for the course. And to be honest with you, I didn't call her anti-Semitic. I said her comments were anti-Semitic, and I think that's a big difference. I'm not entirely convinced that her intent is to be anti-Semitic, but her comments definitely have that air to them. Whether or not she intends it, it may be in unintentional anti-Semitism. It still is anti-Semitism, as far as I'm concerned. But thank you so much. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more Amy and James madness.
Insanity.
Insanity. The insanity. I'm actually doing my next thing coming up is a debate against Hovind on the Ark.
Really?
Yeah, on Standing for Truth channel Thursday. Ark, fact or fiction.
Oh, Noah's Ark.
Can I ask?
Yeah, Noah's Ark. Well, I hope so. That's what I've prepared for.
Is he going to debate you from jail? I'm just kidding.
No, he's.
I'm not going to comment on that one. Look, I'm afraid to ask. I probably should send.
When is that debate?
Sorry, it's Thursday, August something. I had it here a second ago. August 26th at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
So that's not this Thursday, but next Thursday. We will have to do something for that one. That will be epic.
Do an after show.
After show.
It should be fun. It should be a lot of fun. And I'm really looking forward to it. So I hope it's the Noah's Ark, because if it's the Ark of the Covenant, I'm screwed.
I can't wait to see that. I literally can't wait to see that.
Yeah, I don't know. It should be fun. And I've had good experiences on. Maybe. I've pretty much doxed myself by this point. Yeah. So, if you can find me in Australia, good luck. It should be a lot of fun.
Can't say how the kangaroos got from the Ark all the way to Australia.
Oh, fuck the kangaroos! I want to know how the koalas got there while carrying eucalyptus leaves the entire way. That's
They
what
were
I want
on,
to know.
they were on the kangaroos when the kangaroos hopped.
Oh, yeah. Yes, of course, these simple explanations.
At least it's not like the volcano hypothesis that Nephilim Free was saying about something about volcano blasting animals.
Yeah. Well, the weirdest one is Hovind's, the way he deals with the heat problem of the water compressing air and creating heat. He says there was an ice dome cooling it all down. You know, you have this really
Super
wacky...
cold ice.
Right. This really wacky kind of, almost flat earthish explanations. Not that he's a flat earth believer, but that is right up there with the dome of the heavens kind of thing.
Close to it.
It's really weird.
3 fingers thick of ice. I can't prove it, but Bible says it, so it was there.
But the funny thing is, he'll say, like, have you ever seen a dog turn into a cat? And it's like, but have you ever seen an ice dome around the earth? I don't. Anyway, that's me. Thank you so much for having me on. I want to thank everybody, especially our wonderful audience, for being here. And it's been a blast as always. Absolutely.
Maybe if you found an old book, like 5,000-year-old book talking about evolution, maybe he'd believe it then, but
I doubt somehow. I think he wouldn't believe anything that sort of changes his worldview. Yeah.
Mark, I've heard Hovind say that kangaroos never stop growing. I think you should go looking for a giant kangaroo.
Oh, they're big enough already, mate. That's horrifying. That's a horrifying thought.
Are you saying dinosaurs were just big lizards
in the Garden of Eden?
Maybe they were, yeah.
To be fair, there's one thing in Australia that always crosses my mind. There's this kind of vulture that will sit in the middle of the road and eat roadkill, and then truck drivers come up, and the bird tries to fly away, but because it has eaten so much, it can't get high enough, fast enough, and then the bird comes through the windshield, explodes, and is full of maggots. I'm so happy I'm not a truck driver in Australia. Yeah. I've heard that story several times from people in Australia who have lived it.
Really?
Yes.
And Peter, are you also saying that Rangzilla might be real? Is that what you're saying?
Rangzilla.
So if you see the road trains, they will have some kind of thing in front of the windscreen that should help.
Mesh.
So, yeah.
In case of a Sharknado.
In case of one of those birds coming through.
A maggot strike.
It's an image that I can't shake. I talked to a guy who was a truck driver and who had that happen and said my entire truck was filled with maggots and blood and shit.
Ah.
Yeah. No.
Lovely. I haven't heard of that one. I am surprised to find that out.
It seems to be a thing.
Okay, we're moving right down to the line.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mark. James, I'm handing. Mark your calendars 2 Thursdays from now. And all right, with that, James, we're handing you the keys.
Thanks, everybody, so much for coming along this journey with us. It's been wonderful to have you guys. From the Bible to some other areas, but back to the Bible. Thanks, guys. It's been a blast. We'll be back here shortly. Thank you to Freak. So if you think this is the Word of God, you need to get your head checked. Just saying.
Woohoo! All right. Thank you so very much, James. And with that,
penis be upon you.
All, Reese's Pieces be upon everyone. I hope you all had a fun time on this episode of Skeptic Bible Study God Cloud, where God told Moses to make a new set of priests, enforced everyone to keep the Passover, and gave them their own personal cloud. I want to thank my co-host, James W., with our guests, Mark, Peter, the Freak, Pat, and Claire. along with all our viewers, the lovely people in chat, and our awesome mods who make this stream so great.
Joseph Goebbels by phone.
Don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. Then switch that bell icon at the bottom so you can be part of our live streams. If you'd like to come join us afterward, we'll be heading to the Discord to chat up with the community. Debauchery. Finally, if you'd like to help us make even more fun content, feel free to check out our Patreon at patreon.com.
We need more.
/Amy Newman.
Horrible homo.
I'm Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.
Good night, guys.